you're mostly turning in one direction.
Not the band, not to be confused with the band. I'm watching Terry Grant. I have to look away at times because I'm getting sick and I'm not even in the car.
Well,
I mean,
speaking of which, he was just out at a Monster Energy event. He was out in Ibiza, and he was actually driving. I don't know if you've caught a glimpse of the Range Rover out there. It's kind of souped up. It was arranged that he would be picking people up who just thought he was, you know, a regular ride to take them to Cafe Mambo from the hotel. Okay. And as a bit of a surprise, he went around the streets stunt driving. He's up on two wheels. He's doing, and the people in the back don't even have seat belts in there. So they're just getting thrown around all over the place, and it's absolutely priceless. If you get a chance to check it out on YouTube, you should definitely watch that one. But Terry had a little overheat a moment ago, and we can see that little car has actually left a little bit of a mark out there. I think that's actually out of the way of where the drivers are going to be on the course. But yeah, he did overheat slightly, so I think that's why he took a bit of a chance to go and make some friends in the crowd. Yeah,
and he definitely did that. Be sure to follow us again and let everybody know Gymkhana GRiD is live. What I'm thinking now is Terry's really putting this thing through its paces, and it's still got a race.
Well, I mean, this is very similar to the stunt that this car was designed for. As I say, it was designed to pirouette stationary on top of a column, so very little margin for error, chained from the middle of the bottom of the car to the top of that column so that it couldn't fall off. But it did have rear-wheel drive steering then, and it could literally pirouette on the spot. Look at this little climbing onto the roof. As we all know, that is a write-off for a car. If you dent the roof, that's the one part that you cannot change. So his insurance sponsor's probably shaking their head.
Yeah, I don't think they're too. I think what he does to the car, the least of his worries is denting the roof. So as Terry Grant, now it's a strip show. Oh, is he wearing a Greek soccer jersey? There you go.
Nice.
Ah, what a suck up. What a suck up, right? Sorry, I said soccer, football. My bad. My bad. I speak American.
We're in Greece, so we're in neutral territories.
Okay, that's true. That's true. They call it football here as well, yeah?
Do they?
I don't know. So Terry is getting quite the workout. Maybe he's trying out for the Greek national soccer team.
That's the classic football shot as well.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, totally.
Coming out the tunnel. Yeah, little kids asking for autographs.
All right, so we've been here. I've been here since Wednesday. A lot of smoke has been ingested with all the vehicles. So I've been hanging out here in the pits, and it's been a great time. That's why I'm a bit hoarse.
I mean, even from like I arrived, I landed, I went straight to the hotel just in time for the procession to come past.
Oh, that was awesome, man.
And oh my way, it was brilliant. Yeah. People lighting up their tires. It was just a street fest of gym carnage out there. Hoonigans.
Gym carnage. Look at you. Look at you, Jim. Not to be confused with Jim Connor, who's a specimen. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, the as you said, the parade was really fun. The cops, to be honest, I saw police motorcycles doing wheelies with.
You serious? Yeah. I missed that.
I had a chance to ride with Baggsy. Nice. He has a S13 and he's in the rear-wheel drive class. But we go to leave here at this custom course here, and we get passed by a motorcycle cop, and there's one on the back of the motorcycle, so two cops on one motorcycle, and the cop does a wheelie past us on the motorcycle, on the police motorcycle.
Just so you think you guys are badass.
Yeah, exactly. Take a look at this. They start hot boying here. So definitely embracing the culture and the lifestyle here.
Well, what was really cool about that parade was being stood next to these cars. It's one thing, you know, we've walked around the paddock, and the fans here, it's actually an open paddock, so the fans here have actually been able to go and stand next to the cars. But you've got a little bit of a distance. I mean, this is probably the most up close and personal you can get to motorsport, the distance between the fans and the actual cars moving. But in the street parade, we're literally stood next to these cars, and the Subarus all-wheel drive have got so much get up and go. And just breathtaking to see how fast they could just shoot off from standstill, really kind of put it in perspective how fast these vehicles are. Seeing them on TV, you get a pretty good perspective of the speed, and you can see the smoke, and you can see the flames out of the exhaust. But being there, feeling the power of the exhaust as well, like it really does rumble inside your chest. These are some pretty serious machines out here.
So all right, so we are about to see some more some more carnage here to these vehicles. A very unique car. This thing is a supercharged VK56, and what that is, I might be speaking Greek, literally and figuratively, as we are in Greece, but it's a supercharged Nissan V8 under the hood of this S15. It is driven by Buttsy Butler, who is the lead goon in the Goon squad, the JDM Garage built vehicle. This thing's a tire burning machine, man, and to be quite honest, this is his first competition as well, because he's known as a drift demo driver. He does demos, he does stunts, and he's competing in this vehicle, so why not warm it up?
Yeah, he actually confessed that he wasn't that bothered about qualifying. He was just out there. You know, he's a showman. He doesn't do the competitions, and he's doing exactly what he's supposed to right here, which is giving the crowd an amazing smoke show. Look at the tires lighting up, and I don't know if you can hear that at home, but you hear that high-pitched whining, that whip, 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 whip. That's the supercharger that is poking out the top of his bonnet, all connected up and just forcing air into that car. It sounds absolutely phenomenal. It is by far one of the coolest cars out there.
It's obnoxious. Let me be quite honest. It's so loud. It is absolutely bone-jarring loud. And as you said, when we went down to Marathon on that parade, were you around the vehicle when he lit it up and threw about I'd say like a 2-foot flame out the back?
I was.
Oh, dude. The thing is a fire breath. Don't stand too close to it. You might get sucked up by that supercharger. Like you said, it's just thirsty, man. That thing is unbelievable.
So okay, how badly has he ruined that car?
I know, you're like, all right, so Shane
Let's
Lynch.
start at the beginning.
Yeah.
So last year Shane came along to Gymkhana GRiD. He competed in the buggies. He brought his drift car. It was 800 foot-pounds of torque. It was non-competitive.
Yeah.
It had too much power in it. He went nowhere fast. So this year he went out on Facebook and publicly said, okay, I've got an R8, and I think the world went,
yeah. And you know, Audi's known for all-wheel drive, and this gentleman says, no, I'm just going to convert it to rear-wheel drive and have, I mean, the back end does look pretty sweet, just like the raw. You can see the exhaust, takes off that back bumper. You see everything, the inner workings of it, and then let's just do it bright orange, because why not? Shane Lynch, all tattooed up, bearded, you know, boy band singer, and a fun-loving dude.
Yep, and that car is purely about fun. As you say, taking the back end off just to expose that engine. It's the same kind of construction as Porsche in that look how close these guys are getting. It's the same construction as a Porsche, and the engine's in the back, which means it's really back end heavy. So for a drift car, that's not exactly what you want. You want to kind of get around 50-50 weight front and back. So it just acts like a pendulum. When you switch directions, the back end just wants to keep on going. And as you say, he's taken a 4-wheel drive car and he's turned it into a 2-wheel drive monster. What an absolute handful. But look how much fun these guys are having, and the fans absolutely lapping it up out here.
So British right there. So British, I loved it.
So yeah, what else has he done? He's put Lamborghini running gear in it. You know, this is a 50,000, I'm going to say pounds.
Yeah,
so it's about $100 million now, I think, since Brexit. But yeah, you know, it's an expensive car, and then he's put a lot of money into it as well. So yeah, pure obscenity, that thing.
Oh, it's fun. So there you can see Buttsy and Shane Lynch, Buttsy Butler. Neither of these two gentlemen qualifying for the rear-wheel drive class.
No, it's a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame, but man, I think that's a testament to these drivers preparing their vehicles, not for drifting, but specifically for Gymkhana.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. A couple of guys. For instance, Rikutaki, we're going to see him first up in Rikutaki.
Every day, Taco Tuesday. Every day I finish. I start and I finish every day.
So he's you know, he normally runs his Mini. He's brought his Mitsubishi Evo 9, which is the car that oh my word, can we just, sorry, I'm just going to stop mid-sentence.
Moment of silence here for...
Wrong shot camera, guys. Let's get on
Get on the Audi. There you go. What Audi? The old Houdini. First you see him, now you don't.
Okay, go and get your fix, man. Go and breathe some of that in.
Oh, gosh.
Might fix your voice.
My lungs are, you can't even see them. Well, Buttsy and Shane Lynch are out here, and our man on the ground, he is look at as Shane gets out of the car. looks like he's getting a little. And that's I saw Shane in the autograph session. He's worn that signature bandit for a while. I think it's for smoke inhalation. But all right. So as these guys clear up here on track, throw it down to Colby West.
Okay. Hello. Got Dimitri Iliuk here. Dimitri, you qualified 13th, and you're going against Danny. How do you feel about it?
I had such experience in previous year in Gymkhana GRiD, so I lost, but today in trainings I'm pretty near him in time, so we made some more improvements thanks to Peter Solberg, and I hope I can beat him. I'll do my best.
Yeah, you had a little trouble the other day when we were doing the parade. You got everything sorted out with the car?
Yeah, thanks to Baggsy boys and the Doran teams who actually raised the car up in the morning yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. Yeah. And everything went well, so we are putting 1100 horsepower to the ground now.
How much horsepower?
1100. Yeah.
Okay, I'd say that was doing pretty well.
Oh yeah, there's 5.6 twin turbocharged by GRiD, so it's pretty a lot.
Man, all right, well, good luck out there. Have fun.
Thank you.
So I'll go back to you guys.
Mike. All right. All right, so thank you, Colby, catching up with one of the drift competitors. He's from Ukraine, and that is Dimitri Iliuk, and he's got a wild car. I mean, that's a twin-turbo VK56 S13, a really talented driver, but is it the right car? I mean, as far as him qualifying, Dimitri qualifying 13th, not the best, but when push comes to shove, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. One of the most ludicrous, obscene cars out there.
Yeah.
I think it's almost on par with Shane Lynch's Audi that we just saw lighting up out there on the track. The bonnet, for instance, spits flames in 4 directions. You've got screamer pipes out the top, and then you've got the exhaust out the sides, and you see that thing at night. Oh my word, it is just it is a fireworks show, that thing. Normally runs at 1,100 horsepower.
1,100 horsepower?
Yeah.
Is that the number? That's impressive.
But as I say, said earlier, he's turned his methanol right
turned it down.
Which he said's predominantly for cooling. Obviously, it burns a lot better than petrol and air mixture.
It's more efficient.
But it also runs a lot cooler. So he's got a turbo, well, twin turbos in the front. And he doesn't run an intercooler. All he does is just run in that methanol. Keep
that's crazy and really interestingly constructed. I actually got a photo of it yesterday. I'm going to put it on Instagram as a latergram. But speaking of Instagram, at Gymkhana GRiD, I'll put it up there. But a really unique car, really fun-loving driver. He has his wife and his son out here, and they've been enjoying all the sights and sounds of Greece. And we will continue on with some more action here. You could see that track, the stands filling up there, right over that big rig right that is Monster Energy. And just, it's been, to be quite honest, from Wednesday to yesterday, it was a bit cold. We had our jackets on. We were kind of bundled up. Today, you could see, there's sweatshirt weather, but you could see some people out there in flip-flops and shorts. So a wide variety, but I'm glad the sun is out. It's not raining. It's not sprinkling. It is nice. So right now, Colby West is with that the pilot that was behind the wheel of that R8, and Colby's with Shane Lynch.
Shane, how are you? That was a pretty good demo you did. You got a little smoke coming out of it.
Yeah, that's not smoke from the tires. We kind of left that out on the circuit there. That's coming from the engine. We got a little steamy going on,
You having issues with it? Or
no, we just ran it to its max, really, and it's probably blew a bit of water hose off somewhere or something.
Well, tell me a little more about the car. I mean, it's super original. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, I think we brought this car, an R8, to Gymkhana GRiD. Seemed to kind of bring a show to the show. I think Gymkhana GRiD is such a spectacle as it is. Yes, it's a competition, but also the crowd love madness. So I decided to kind of bring a bit of madness, really. I mean, I did enter the competition. I didn't qualify yesterday due to a disqualification, pretty much. I kind of went the wrong way. Lack of study, I would call it. But nonetheless, we decided, look, can we get out there and put on a show?
Well, I'm having a great time. It looks awesome. Sounds amazing.
Thank you. Cheers, Rob.
Buttsy here as well. Buttsy Butler. What's going on with you?
Having fun. Can't complain. Sun's out today finally, which is great. Yesterday in qualifying I was just drifting too much, so I didn't really go for time.
You were more of a showman than anything.
Kinda. Yeah. But you can see out there now I was just more relaxed and just having fun. That's what I prefer.
Tell me about your car a little bit.
Well, it's a JDM garage Nissan Silvia with a V8 supercharged. That's the crazy noise. It's pretty great.
Cool. Well, what are you going to be doing for the rest of the afternoon?
Hopefully we can get out and do some more demos. We have some tires left, so yeah.
I'd love to ride along with you.
Let's do it.
Cool. Shane Lynch, Buttsy Butler, back to you guys.
Right on. Thank you, Colby. And as you can see, just fun-loving guys and putting on a show. Not a shot at the trophies, as we were talking about those sweet trophies, or a shot at the cash. $5,000 up for grabs. Second and third, high five and handshake. See you later, bud.
Yeah, and of course the hero battle as well. If you make it through to that final and you take the win, you get to go head-to-head against one of those hero cars.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at this driver's list. I mean, names like Petter Solberg, Ken Block, Liam Doran, Rennis Nittis, some of the names, Jake Archer. I mean, Jake Archer has really made a name for himself here in Gymkhana GRiD. Again, we're here in the booth and just studying, looking at our notes, and thanks for joining us.
You can just about see Petter Solberg's tyre over here.
Yeah.
He brought 8 tyres with him to this event, and he ruined them all on Friday in practice. So one of them's here as a little trophy.
All right, so again, Jared Deanna, James Thorne, and we are live here at Marathon Greece, getting prepared for top 16 battles, go on to top 8, and then of course the final. So we have a bracket all laid out. You can see the big Monster Energy VIP booth, and I wouldn't call that a booth. It's quite a monolithic structure, yeah. As you can see our Greek fans.
Yeah, sold out event today, 5,000 seated, 5,000 standing, I think. So big crowds.
Yeah.
So before we went to the drift show, I was saying about people who have come here, and Raku Taku being one of them, who he brought his Mitsubishi Evo 9, and that's a car that he uses to teach people rally back in Finland. It's a Class E, so it's not really. It's basically standard from factory, other than suspension.
Okay.
And he said last year at Sandspot it was mainly kind of just driving around, keeping you cool, driving around, not getting lost. This year people have really upped their game. I mean, it's what started out as almost novel. It was almost a novelty, but now it's got really serious. The amount of people who have come here as an invitee. And who have actually created a car especially for it now. It's become seriously competitive. And anyone who's not stepped up their game from last year is getting left behind. It's the guys who are really taking it seriously. And this is a new era for motorsport. This is... And it's brilliant how grassroots it is, because, you know, I could go out and buy, you know, I'll do it in dollars. Yeah, $60,000. Yeah, $60,000 Subaru.
Is it 60?
Yeah.
Oh man, it's
too
cheaper
much?
than that. Yeah, it's way too much.
Way too much to be competitive against these guys. Well, maybe at this kind of level, Gymkhana GRiD, the European Gauntlet.
Right.
But what did we see last year?
Saw a small Toyota Corolla, like a Hachiroku.
MX-5.
So MX-5, like a Miata.
You know, that's a relatively cheap car you could get off eBay, and you can be competitive in that.
I was asked the other day in the media meeting in the actual press conference on Wednesday by a reporter. And I said, why the draw of Gymkhana GRiD? I think it works in unison with rallycross, with drifting, with many different motorsports. And as far as a physical footprint, the track can be placed anywhere. So, and as you said, the cost of the vehicle, it's not. Yeah, you can throw a 1,000 horsepower vehicle out there. Is it going to equate to a victory or a win? Not necessarily, because you still need to get the car around the obstacles, and navigating an all-wheel drive car around this spool isn't the easiest thing. You need the right horsepower, tire setup, alignment. It's not, as we saw the Croatian Crusher last year put it down in his little Hachiroku, his 86 Toyota Corolla, but this year he's brought a different weapon, a BMW. But I don't think you need a whole lot, and that's kind of the answer I gave to the reporter. Yeah, it makes it really sweet when you bring a former Colin McRae Citroen out to do battle. I think he brought the right weapon to the fight. So as you can see, a little lull in the action. As James, I'm going to pass over to you, because believe next we're going to be seeing Ken Block and Andreas Bakkerud warm up the track, because these are, as you said, the hero cars. So feel free to lay out, talk a little bit, but I'm going to go down there and have some words with them for our local Greek fans, as I speak American. So I'm going to head on over there. James, to you.
Okay, so coming out, as Gerard said, the hero cars coming out. We've got the Fiesta from Ken Block, the one that he's using in Rallycross, and we've also got that beautiful Mark 1 Escort, which is also one of the hero cars out here as well. the thing that's running 333 horsepower, although they reckon it's actually closer to 335. So we can hear these guys getting themselves warmed up. So Andreas Bakkerud is the man who's been handed the keys to Ken Block's one of his cars from his personal collection, which is the Mark 1, as I say, the 333 horsepower. He's two-time European Rallycross champion, but there's something slightly different about driving this Escort. He does actually own one himself, but this thing is rear-wheel drive, and he himself, of course, used to those four-wheel drive monsters. And just listen to those two cars light it up as they set off for their hero battle. It's rear-wheel drive on track 1. It is four-wheel drive with Ken Block in the Fiesta on lane 2, which is the slower of the two tracks. I'm pretty sure that Ken is just giving us a demo now. He's not going for any kind of timing. Lighting up all 4 tyres. We can hear those blowbacks out the exhaust pipe. A real special moment here. 2 super famous cars, both from the Unicorn series of YouTube videos that accumulatively have gathered 300 million views, and it's easy to see why. The entertainment level with these two guys ripping around in those cars is almost second to none. He's just going in front of the commentary booth and almost filling the box with smoke. Yeah, almost going out of vision for us. Lucky for you guys, you've got all of the best angles from our camera crew out there. So Andreas and Ken almost getting lost in their own smoke. Gerard was telling me from the Formula Drift series that he's also commentator of. There's several different types of tyres you can get with different colours, and we saw a few of those being lit up at the procession on the first day, on the Friday. But also he said you can get different type of scented tyres as well, so you can actually get different smells in the rubber. So they're quite expensive, but they are at the same time kind of cool as well. So Gerard himself is making his way down trackside, and these guys are going to be catching a few words with him in just a few moments' time. So Ken just taking a moment just to assess the track, see where the rubber is. Of course, he is going to be competing in this, and he is going to be competing in the hero battle as well, which could be quite interesting. Ken actually qualified in second place in that Fiesta. If he does go through to the final and wins it, obviously he's not going to race against himself. We've heard that they're going to be swapping the hero cars so that the winner of all-wheel drive will go head-to-head against that Mark 1 Escort, giving us a kind of more unique insight into the difference in speed between those two vehicles. Ken still has a slightly bitter taste in his mouth from being beaten by Dimitri Shribny last year in the final. He went all the way through to win the competition. Ken Block was in the hero car in the Unicorn, and we caught up in breakfast a couple of mornings ago, and he was saying, not this year. There's no way I'm going to get beaten by one of those Subarus. So Ken Block, the real sort of star of the show here, but we're not to forget that this whole thing of Gymkhana GRiD is designed to be a platform to launch the career of younger drivers. And speaking to a few of the guys, they've even picked up sponsors especially for this event, which is really great and really testament to the fact that this is that kind of platform. You get so much coverage from it. We've got Jared down there with Ken, who's giving us a bit of an interview live. I'm not sure if we can hear that at home through your TVs.
Thank you, GRiD fans, for coming out and supporting us. We really appreciate it. All right, Ken, again, you're going against some big names. Liam, Doran, you got Jake Archer, you got all these guys that are out for blood for you. But I gotta say, Henry Solberg, he's currently your #1 qualifier. What's it gonna do, or what's it gonna take to take out that 3-time champion?
And it's been pretty tight on the times. I think we were 0.1 apart yesterday, so I think it's going to be a challenge. I think all of us, it's been really tight. We've been now practicing for 3 days. It comes down to this afternoon, so it'll be interesting.
Another interesting thing is you're handing the keys over to Andreas Bakkerud of your personal Mark II. He's eating a lot of snacks, he's put on some weight, they've even modified the car. I'm joking, that was a segue into adding weight to the car, 200 pounds to make sure that car is nimble. How do you think he's gonna fare? He's used to all-wheel drive, but he's in the rear-wheel drive class.
Yeah, he's been doing really good in the car. I'm really impressed with the car control that he's got in this car that he's not familiar with. So I think that he's got a good chance today. But I think it's going to be tight. You know, it's a really, really difficult course in regards to setup and tires and that sort of thing. So this time being his first time really this weekend in this car, it's a big challenge. But I think he's done quite well. So we'll see how it turns out.
All right, good luck to you. Make some noise!
Κυρίες και κύριοι, το ρώτησε πολλά και όμορφα πράγματα, μιλούσαν στα αγγλικά.
So there you go, the man of the hour and the man behind this whole series, the European Gauntlet of Gymkhana GRiD, almost creating its own style of motorsport. There have been qualifications all across Europe. We've had one in the UK, we had one over in Ireland, we had one up in the Nordics as well, and people have driven all the way across Europe to get there. One guy all the way over from Croatia to try and get up to Denmark for the third and final chance to qualify. So people have driven a long way. Some people are really, really dedicated to this, and it's testament to the field we've had this year. Yeah, it's really competitive. Last year we had some wildcard entrants, which meant that there was maybe some of the less strong drivers got through into the final, whereas this year it is pure qualification, no matter whether you got a wild card, no matter whether you actually qualified through one of the previous events building up to the European Gauntlet. You were put head-to-head in that first qualifier, and that is good. That starts everyone from scratch, and, you know, we're seeing as Jared said, Ken Block coming second in the qualification to Peter Solberg. Even the top guys still had to go through that qualification process, which means it's really, really fair, and it means the strongest athletes going out there on the track. So first race, we are in the top 16. We went through qualification yesterday. Top 16 have qualified. We're going number 1 against number 16 qualification. So first versus last in terms of qualification. Qualifying in first place is Mr. Adam Elder, and in 16th was Leonidas Varakas. So a really slow start. What's happening here for Adam Elder? So Leontis is well away. Okay, so apparently we're not through to racing, and we're just having a bit of a display, a little bit of a warm-up. So just lighting up some tyres out there. And having potentially, this is just to warm up those tyres, because obviously all you've got from paddock to the start is just a short little straight. So potentially this is a chance for the guys to warm up their engines, warm up their tyres as well. A lot of the guys saying that the second race, having done one side of the track, moving on to the other, they're a lot faster because the tyres are way warmer. And of course, a warm tyre, when the rubber warms up, it's much more grippy. So Jared Deander back in the commentary box from being out there, from getting another few lungfuls of smoke, catching up with Ken Block. He must be pretty delighted to see this series that he's kind of been the brainchild of, and see it come so far.
Gymkhana was something, you know, in any interview, he doesn't take credit for Gymkhana GRiD per se, but Gymkhana itself has existed prior to Ken Block. He just developed and built a car, and then it became an internet sensation. You know, Gymkhana 1 as it's known, but Gymkhana Practice is the actual video, and it was just a style of driving, just like this, and now it's just really built and grown. So, yeah, of course he's proud of it, but of course he likes to have fun. You know, I mean, and just take any of his vehicles, if it's Unicorn or the RX-43 or this car or that car, of course he wants to race. You know, he enjoys drifting, but he doesn't want to drift. He wants to race a clock. He wants to race his competitors, you know, if it's rallycross or stage rally. I mean, he's American. He lives in Utah, and actually more Americans have landed on the moon that have scored WRC points, and he's one of them. That's,
wow.
Isn't that an interesting fact?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny. I mean, it just speaks to his passion for it. I mean, being a founder of an action sports company, and then just developing his skills and talent, and then developing a team. Now he's a 2-car team, and he picked up Andreas Bakkerud. I mean, just his whole story and his Wikipedia is pretty thorough.
A good bit of reading in there.
Yeah, no, he's a great guy, and he's a good friend of mine. So are these guys getting a shake of things of the course?
Yeah, well, potentially sighting laps. We're certainly not seeing racing at the moment, so potentially these are introductions into the pilots, as some of them like to be known. So potentially sighting laps before we actually get the race underway, and a little chance to get the engines warmed up, introduce the pilots.
Yeah. So essentially our driver introduction. That's Elder there, and then I believe car number 20. And all right, so Astopoulos and Fulbrook. Yes, thank you very much. So Fulbrook and Astopoulos. As again, our driver intro, these are the rear-wheel drive vehicles, so just giving you a little lay of the land. So it's you can see what the vehicles look like, who we're looking at here, and we are just getting things going. As you said, sight. It also will be noted that the finish box, let's call it what it is, the finish box has been modified a little bit. If you look, the shot we're getting here, you can see the one to the left, or on track. And it is driver introduction. So Danny Cross and Dmitry Iluk. Dmitry, we were talking about, that's the one that shoots the flames here. So little high fives for the fans from Dmitry from the Ukraine.
Okay, Marco Pajan is out there in his E30. He's the guy that took 4th last year. Super disappointed with that. He says he should have got 3rd at least this year. He's in it to win it with a brand new diff.
Martin Emerslav, that Danish name, very difficult to say. He says, don't even try. No, I'm just kidding. Martin there in that unique vehicle. That's a Viper-powered Skyline R34.
Yeah, I mean, crazy.
You were with me when he popped the hood this morning.
Absolutely frothing. I was kind of hopping on the spot a little bit.
Yeah. Then he disappeared. I don't know where you went, but such a unique car. And I got a lot of social media chatter said, find the Skyline with the Viper engine. He came to me this morning and popped the bonnet.
Yeah, it was cool. He was like, dude, can you get in my car? You were like, dude, I was going to ask you if I could get in your car. Right. Of course.
And there's Andreas Bakkerud in that Hoonigan Monster Energy Mark II. There's Luke Woodham. Luke Woodham running the #1 door card as he is your defending rear-wheel drive champion. Local Grecian driver, had the pleasure of meeting him. Car number 38, that's Lentos Vrakas in that purple BMW.
Luke Woodham giving us a little salute as he rolls past.
Leontis Vrakas. So I'm gonna say this as American as possible, and but it's pretty awesome. So car number 02.
Here's the guy who is currently in the lead. If you're going by the qualifications, combined his 2 times with the 2 fastest, which is it shows incredible speed and consistency. And you know, we said it, you only get 1 shot when it comes to the head-to-head battles.
And there's the Garage D. You can see that S14, Luke Woodham. Yeah, Christopoulos. He even put his whole name on the door. I mean, a lot of letters there in that last name.
I was chatting to him, and he said, if you sing it, then it's a lot easier.
Give it a whirl.
I wish I'd just made that up so that I got you to sing it, but actually that's what he said.
Christopoulos. Is that it?
Yeah, pretty much. Shara-la-la-la-lampos. I think that's what he said.
Oh, like La Bamba.
There you go.
So you make it sound like a Mexican song or a Spanish song, La Bamba, and you sing it.
There you go.
All right, sha-la-la-la-papas. Got it, I like that. So we will be seeing our first battle, our first pair. And on the rear-wheel drive side, it will be Adam Elder. As you said, he is the guy to beat. He is currently our #1 qualifier, but that could quickly come to an end. As you said, he feels confident, got robbed last year, made some mistakes. And there you go, Leontis Vrakas our first battle of the top 16 rear-wheel drive. Let's see some racing. We've seen a lot of exemplary tire burning, but now this is when it counts. You can see our starting line, our disco ball, because the party begins now. Here's our first race. Now remember, the timing doesn't start until you break that beam. 2-second penalty for hitting an obstacle or knocking it over, as well as if you go the wrong way, it's a DNF there, James.
Yeah, absolutely. So you do not want to make any mistakes. When you've got the fastest lap times being 1 minute flat, adding 2 seconds is absolutely massive. I mean, going by qualification, 2 seconds could knock you back 5 or 6 places, and it's just too much. So you need really clean driving. But of course, you don't want it to be too clean. You've got to take some of those chances if you want to end up in that top spot. So here it is, the first race of the top 16. We've got first place from qualification, Adam Elder, going against the guy who scraped in, the last man to scrape in, number 16, Leontis here in the BMW. So one of the local guys that's going to be getting a lot of love from the fans.
Oh,
that's for sure. We're seeing a yellow flag raised here, and we've seen the cotton reels topping over in that double kind of cyclone. So that's a 2-second penalty, and he's already going up against the fastest guy out there.
Yeah, the cards were stacked against him before it even began. And look at that, a lot of time assessed. There will be a penalty.
There was glistening in the light there. It looked like liquid coming off the back. I don't know if that's...
It might be fuel coming out of the back end of Varakas' BMW, but Elder, you can see he's pumped. He's feeling it right now, and now they're alternating sides as they're having some words with Varakas.
So I wonder if it's something to do with what was glistening. He's getting out to have a look. I spotted something.
It's coming out of the fuel tank. I think it's the fuel.
Is
the fuel tank.
He's not left his fuel cap open, has he? Oof. Rookie. We've all done it. We've all been there.
He is a rookie. We'll give him that, but he's an aspiring drifter. So you can see that Varakas assessing that penalty 108.26 compared to no, they're not both. Sorry. What? So we'll get those fixed there. But it looked like a 108 and a 110.
So that's the first. Remember, it starts from scratch each and every time the battle commences. So 2 runs.
Okay, 110.26 with the penalty for, and then 1:3:15 for Adam Elder. So considerable amount of time there to make up.
So it looks like it's been won in the first race. So I'm not sure. Potentially something's happened there because we're not going for the mirrored round. I would assume it's not submission. I mean, even if you beat, you're still going to go and race, you know, because you got a lot of fans out here, and you want to make a show of it. So potentially there was something wrong there with that car.
Okay. So unfortunately for Varakas, dropping some fuel did fall out of the car. So we'll see if he gets his car fixed or if he is a DNF and he will not continue competing.
I was even struggling to hear you then because Baggsy's lighting it up so much.
Yeah, right.
Even with the headphones directly to your mouth, I couldn't hear you there. That car is an absolute hooligan. His S14, he's got an LS Chevy V8 in there. Normally runs it at NOS for 750 horsepower, but today he's turned the NOS off at just 600 to try and calm that thing down just a little bit.
Well, we have local Greek driver there, Christos Hatzaros, out there in that BMW, that bright pink, big lips on the back end of that vehicle. Now, Christos, he did qualify in the mix as far as qualification exactly. He finished 7th.
So there's not a lot in it between these guys when it came to the qualification times.
Yeah,
so Christos is actually 2-time Greek drift champion. So if anyone can take this home, it's this guy. This is the big one for the Greek fans out here. By the looks of things, slightly in the lead is Baggsy.
Yeah, but as we said and we clarified, by the looks of it, but it really comes down to the minutes and the seconds of it, right? All right, so Baggsy approaching the spool there. You called it a cotton reel? Is that what you called it?
A cotton reel, yeah.
Okay. I call it a spool, like a big cable spool.
Okay.
So, I mean, tomato, tomato. So, as we continue on, Baggsy brings it around the cotton reel first.
That was really tight.
One.
We're going to have to wait for those scores. Of course, penalties added. I didn't see any flags, so potentially clean for both of these guys. But, you know, you don't know who set out the start gate first.
All right, we get our first swapping here of the vehicles. And there is Christos already in position.
So Christos actually packing a bit more of a punch when it comes to horsepower than Baggsy here. He's running at, he's got 50 horses on Baggsy at the moment, the way they're running those cars and the way they're set up. Look at Baggsy rocketing off. I mean, potentially that's where it comes into play. The bigger the horsepower, the faster your wheels are going to spin, the less traction you've got, and it actually makes you slower. You know, they're saying slow is quick on this course. You don't want to see those tires being lit up. You want to see minimal smoke, and you want to see maximum traction.
And get tight to those bollards right there. That BMW coming off of the bollard there as Baggsy brings it into the asterisk. You can see that cone kind of asteroid there. Baggsy expediting, get to that pallet wall. Here comes Christos, now approaching the boat. And Baggsy there on that track one, getting into the first figure eight, the cyclone as you called it, I like that.
Okay, Christos
we're seeing a red flag there on the far side. Did he go the wrong direction?
Oh, you
or is that just a penalty?
Me. The red flag means a DNF, so potentially that's him out of the race.
Oh, man.
Was that a red flag? It's not a fan, it's a regular flag.
I saw a red flag on the far side of the track.
That is devastation for Baggsy if that is the case. We're going to have to wait and see what graphics come up on our monitors here to confirm. But he's made a really swift exit. I'm just stood up to see if I can read anything in his body language, but he's made a really quick exit. Most of the times the guys leave the course, they're actually kind of slow and they're waving. Yeah. So I think Baggsy, they're taking a wrong turn. And you know, that is part of the challenge of this competition. You've got to learn the course, and you only get a few practices. There were so many people here trying to qualify for it, locals plus the guys that have got the wild cards plus the pre-qualification guys. The practice time is actually fairly minimal. I mean, you get a map, it's bird's eye view, and you study that so you know where you're going. But when you're behind the wheel going around this at ground level, things look completely different. And as we've seen, even Baggsy, a guy who's got heaps and heaps of experience, he just couldn't hold it together there. Potentially the pressure's got to him, but mistakes are going to be happening throughout this competition.
So yeah, there was that red flag you saw as he went into track one. He went here, so yeah, there it is. So here we go, our next battle, and we are seeing a vehicle number 20, Pasilis Kirikokris, as you can see there on the S14, and then car number 3, that is Hadley Fulbrook, that Euro spec S14. So similar vehicle, or same S14 chassis, that 200SX as it's known in other countries, 240SX in mine. So this is kind of anyone's game. Who's got the skill?
Yeah, well, these are the perfect platform for a drift vehicle. There's a lot of alloy components in there. It means they're very stiff, very lightweight platforms, but these cars are far from stock. Don't plan on buying one of these cars, an S14 or an S15, and expect it to perform like this. They have been severely modded out. Starting with the engine, you then need to work your way back through everything because things break. You put a big engine in these cars, then of course the first thing you need to do is be able to slow down, so you've got to upgrade the brakes. You go into the gearbox. If you have a bigger engine, you're going to break that gearbox. So you have to strip the whole thing back and almost start from scratch.
Look at Apostolus, got the power windows. What a stark face right there. He's ready for battle.
He was really giving Hadley the eyeballs there.
He was stoic there, man. It's just like, what?
You could make milk curdle with that stare.
All right, so, yeah, as you said, Hadley Fulbrook maybe getting intimidated here. I don't know. So
gets psyched out.
And to be quite honest, as Fulbrook pulls to that the track 1 on the left there, now on the right, they did move the finish box over a little bit because earlier we had an oil sump completely blow out on the finish line box, and they it's still there. So they need to move that finish line over.
What I think is quite interesting, it looked to me as if Apo was positioned slightly further back from the timing trigger, which obviously is going to give you a little bit of momentum before you cross through.
That's strategy. I mean, you know, bring all. Oh, look at the Apo. A real slow rotation around that cone asterisk into the pallet wall. So look at, I mean, Fulbrook, he's got a big jump on Apo.
He is on the faster side of the course, let's not forget.
Yeah, well, that helps him. That definitely helps him in this instance. All right, you can see Apo coming into the Cyclone, as you called it. And now, the double donut.
Okay,
oh, wide swing.
There's one. Apo keeping his nose very, very close. Here, you put the foot to the floor. It's only going to make your diameter of your turn even bigger.
Wow, Fulbrook lost some time there. Apo really kept it tight. Oh, look at that. He's got thumbs up. What's going on here? Penalty assessed. Look at the clocks. All right, so we are waiting for the verdict, and it looks like, and there it is. There's the victor. The local Greek driver gets the victory.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Apo. Hadley Fulbrook, who qualified 6th, gets taken out by local Greek talent.
Well, that's 2 curveballs in a row. Baggsy being taken out by Christos, and now Hadley being taken out by Apo. It was never going to be straight racing here today.
No, literally and figuratively. Did have a drag race demo, so what?
I'm just literally and figuratively.
Well, it's never going to be straight racing, literally and figuratively.
Yep.
People abuse the word literally way too much. I literally peed my pants. Oh man, what'd you do?
Actually did?
No, I'm joking, but people over. There's a couple stand. Yeah, exactly.
I know.
I
just did what you did to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, Ukrainian drifter Dimitri here. You were talking about, what did you call them? The exhaust pipes? You call them
screamers. Screamer pipes.
Screamer pipes.
Yeah.
I like that. So Danny Cross, DC Autos UK S14. This should be fun. Oh man, more S chassis battle.
Yeah.
Here we go. Dimitri and Danny going head to head.
So in the black car, Dimitri with that twin turbo S14. Massive car, V8 in there. Usually runs on methanol. Turned that right back just to drop the horsepower off a little bit. And then we've got Danny Cross over there. 350 pounds of torque coming out of that car. He picked up 5 new sponsors on the run up to this event. That's how big Gymkhana is and how much difference it's making to his career, which is absolutely awesome. I mean, this is the platform for showcasing new talent. So Dimitri is the Eastern European drift champion.
And he does compete in that vehicle, might I add, so.
And that thing is an absolute beast. When running at full power, it's 1,100 horsepower. But Danny Cross really leading this one out. I think he's got a whole rotation around the giant conrail spool. Look at that. That is a really
looking very
really big lead.
Very collected. You see 103.43 and 105.65. So track 1 there for Danny Cross, putting it down with a 103. Dimitri's really going to need to be fast and tight.
Yeah, he's got a lot to make up for. He was on the slower track, but you know that was a big gap between those two.
Pretty sufficient.
So pressure really on Dimitri. Danny can kind of relax a little bit, but you know this guy's super motivated, and I don't think we're going to see him ease up at all. He was 2nd place in 2015, qualified again. He didn't get the wild card. He went up to Denmark. And that's where he won the qualification round to be here today.
But keep in mind that gap 103, 105, that's 2 seconds. That's one obstacle being knocked over. And we've seen a driver, I don't want to use the term blow it, but man, they've blown it before, where you're spot on and then you take a couple obstacles out and that's the end of your weekend.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Dimitri,
so Danny's really got to keep it clean here. So
looks like Dimitri's just got like a scotch, a tire tread right above that of Dimitri.
Well,
Dimitri, a wide swinger on the asterisk. That's not how you want to get it done.
It's all about keeping straight lines on this course. when you come out of the corners, you really don't want any oversteer, understeer. You want to be going in a straight line directly from one obstacle to the next.
Yeah, no tank slappers.
No,
you know what
definitely
tank slapper
not.
is.
You want
right?
maximum traction. So again,
Danny Cross.
Yep.
He's about to dot his I's and Danny Cross his T's. Oh, here we go. Around the spool and into that finish box.
There you go. A very convincing win.
That's
there
how
for
you
Danny
get it
Cross.
done. A 103 on his first and a 105. I mean, those are strong times.
Very strong.
You know, collectively, that was some of his. That beats his qualifying time collectively, because he has a 105 and a 103. Do the quick math. 108, or excuse me, 208, and his fastest time was a 210. So that's going to be all she wrote for Dimitri, unfortunately.
I've got to say, I'm disappointed to say goodbye to that twin turbocharger vehicle, because it is absolutely insane. And as things get dark, that thing spits flames in 4 directions, and that's just cool. I was hoping to keep it in the contest, but Danny Cross really stamping his authority over that one. He did qualify through into 4th place.
Waiting for the final verdict here. You can see the disco ball right there in the center, and there is a spotter with the victory flag, left or right, as Danny holds his glove out the window and says, "Thank you, Greece." Should be seeing him already into the Great 8. We are live. Let everybody know we are live here. Gymkhana GRiD, Marathon Greece. Yep, that's where the marathon was invented. The longest run, you know, that is a marathon. I guess the actual marathon of marathon is coming up in a couple weeks. Did you know that?
Is it really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So this morning when I was driving from the hotel to here, my driver and the great host of us who owns our hotel, great guys, like, yeah, everybody's running and training because the marathon is coming up. It's kind of neat.
Well, it was 480 BC that the battle of Marathon happened, and the Persians were defeated. The messenger for the battle ran the whole way, the whole marathon distance back to Athens to hand that notice to everyone who was waiting on tenterhooks to know the outcome of the battle, and the messenger died. So that's the moral of that story. Hydrate, because apparently he didn't even stop.
Ding, 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 ding. The more you know from James Thorne. Love the factoid, and just ended like a real bummer. You're like, and he died.
Yeah, he's dead. So,
oh, man. Here's the Croatian crusher, man.
Okay,
great
I'm excited
car.
now. Okay.
Oh, previously you weren't?
Well, okay, I've just picked me over the edge. I've gone off the waterfall of excitement into the plunge pool of euphoria. Marko Pajan, he is the Croatian crusher. In fact, I'm going to get my flag out. I don't know if they're going to cut to us in the booth, but I've got a Croatian crusher t-shirt / flag in here. If they cut to us, you can see this beautiful thing that I was given as a gift. Now, this guy had the Toyota Corolla last year, naturally aspirated. He came 4th. He should have come 3rd. Had things gone to plan, he's come back this year. He's got a brand new car. He's got a little bit more horsepower. He is a serious competitor, and he's definitely one to watch. He's not got the world's most expensive car or pit crew, Marko, the mechanic and driver, but he's got so much heart. The story of him getting here today, he tried to drive to Denmark.
I know,
he was,
it's so
he was
crazy.
towing this BMW. The car towing broke down, so he was like, I'll drive there.
Yep.
Reversed it off, tried to drive. It broke down, tried to get someone else to pick him up. That broke down, and he called up the guys at Monster, and they were like, do you know what? We'll just put you in. We'll just put you in anyway. This guy's an absolute legend, and he is really fast. He's qualified in 3rd place. Yep. He's got 240 horsepower. That's not a lot of horsepower. He said that he was having to change between 1st and 2nd. He was hitting the limiter a lot, so he was looking for a diff with a longer gear. There was one in Slovenia, and he was talking to this guy, pleading with him, gave him beer. And finally, this morning, he had it, and he put it in this morning, and now he's running 2nd gear up the straight. The whole rest of the time he's in 1st gear, and it's the first time he's driven with a welded diff.
Yep.
And he said it's perfect. He's knocked time off his qualification times. So we're going to be seeing very fast times from Marko.
All right, so a little delay in the action. We want to get the party started, and we will. You can see pulling the rain covers off of the lights, so we'll light it up here on track, off track, all of it. As you said, Marko Pajan, and then that of Thanasis. is it Citrus? Here we go, and away they go.
So, Citrus it is.
So Marco with a slow crawl off of that start line.
That was really slow.
We were pumping him up in the Crusher.
You know what? He said he's not got the fastest car. He's not got the horsepower. But look at this.
Oh, precision right now.
Close. It looks like he's slow. It looks like your mum driving around a car park. But
man, he's right there. He's right here.
I don't know about your mum. Mine was quick. I mean, she her first car was an Escort Sport Mark 1. But I think he could still have it.
Yeah, he's really tidy.
What do you think? We've got a pretty good view, punch for punch. It looks pretty close. It looks very, very close here. Croatian Crusher has got his work cut out for him.
Best part is open face helmet, and he kind of looks like Mr. Bean.
He's such a nice guy.
I know he is.
You know,
and he'll love that. He'll love that. I know his girlfriend's probably like, oh, stop.
The reason he didn't have a spare diff with him
look at how tight he is around that spool. Because then look at big mistakes there by the 41 of Thanasis.
Yeah, huge mistake from Thanasis, pulling it in at the last minute. They were going head-to-head, punch for punch. Marco holding it together,
and
precision driving.
So the other side, he never went in the finish box.
Oh.
So the clock's still going. He went to the left of it. And as I said, oil dumped earlier. He went, look, the finish box is over there, bud.
No.
Yeah.
So he went into the start. He went into the start gate.
No, he went in between the start and the finish box. He kind of split right here. So his time, I mean, the finish box is right over here.
Okay, so where Marco is in the white car from the view we see now, to the right of that.
To the right of that is the finish box. Yeah, just in between the finish box and the start. Oh, that's unfortunate for him, but you know, it's fortunate for Marco.
Marco here, I think, is he going to use this as a bit of a practice? I mean, sometimes
he's still got to throw it down. Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Yeah, he's got to throw it down. You can't sandbag completely. I mean, so that I would consider that a DNF. I mean, he literally did not finish. He just went to the left.
Literally and figuratively. No, there wasn't any figuratively in that.
Yeah, okay. So it is confirmed from the officials. It is a DNF, according to Sir Charles, who reigns supreme over it all, as Marco just keeping it clean. As you said, he does take this into stride. This is a good opportunity to really exercise what is the quickest for Marco. But hey, it's not over. He's got to hit all the marks, or not hit them, but navigate around all the obstacles without hitting them.
Yeah, without fail.
Gosh, Marco, as you said. Oh, look at that. A mistake there.
Hello. I think he knows he's got it.
There's that shot, and you can see Hypnotic Ken block there in the back. We're only getting a few shots of Hypnotic Ken. So a 104 and a 110, but with that DNF.
Are you serious? I thought he was taking his time and relaxing.
All right. So still a 104. That's a strong effort, but looks a little defeated there.
Oh, there you go. What's he saying? Okay. Hey, there he is.
A little Mr. Bean, right?
Yeah.
Croatian Mr. Bean?
Croatian Bean. I really wish we could cut to the commentary box. Is there any chance of a cut through? Because, okay, here we are, yeah, the Croatian Crusher flag. Yeah. He's right. Every time. We're rooting for him. Absolutely, the friendliest guy in motorsport.
Man. I think that's a little biased. We're supposed to be, Switzerland in the whole deal.
Yeah, he's the only Croatian out there. I'm rooting for him. My parents live in Slovenia, so it's the closest country we've got.
Yeah, that makes sense. So James obviously flying his Croatian Crusher flag, and Marco telling us that his girlfriend designed it. So he was quite elated. He says, "I got to give you one of these because you gave me this nickname. So here you go." So as you can see, we are climbing some scaffolding. We'll get the sheaths off of the lights and turn them on, so the party will continue. And we have an action-packed. What's that?
I was just gonna get excited because I think it's our favorite car that's gonna come out next.
Who's up next?
It's gonna be
Martin Emerslev.
Yeah, you go for the. I'll just say the first name. Yeah,
Martin
Emerslev.
Yes.
Okay.
But no, it's Emerslev. Drop the H, he said.
Oh yeah, Emerslev.
Yes. Okay. And then Anasios Chakas.
I wrote that down as pretend it's like banana, but drop the B. Ananasios.
Man, that's crafty. It's a great. I mean.
Yep. Yeah. So Martin is driving a Nissan Skyline.
Yes.
Itself a very, very nice car.
Right.
But Oh no!
Ah, see,
Lord Charles has just corrected
Anastasio,
me.
see,
Anastasios.
I had it.
Ah, I thought I had that one with the banana analogy going on.
Nope, you just slipped and fell on your banana.
Yeah.
Sorry,
can I do it? Can we just have an abbreviation of literally and figuratively?
Yeah, so Martin Amaslev is piloting a Viper-powered Nissan Skyline R34.
Yeah, so I was asking you, you've got a Nissan Skyline 300 brake horsepower from factory.
Yeah.
Why are you going to go and take the engine out of it and put in a engine from a just as expensive car?
He competes in the power sliding championship in Norway, which is part of Gottbill, and basically drifters just think a little differently. You know, I mean, I think they like unique builds, they like reliable builds, they like fun builds. And to be quite honest, what Martin said is he didn't even need to modify the firewall. Excuse me. It fit right in there, and it doesn't look like he shoehorned it in there.
Other than the color.
Yeah.
It does look, it's a good fit.
Yeah, it looks all right. Yeah. Oh, just the bright red kind of valve cover?
And it's metallic red.
Yeah.
Yeah, which doesn't really go in with, the livery of the rest of it. But what a special car. I mean, it's got so much torque that you can hold your foot on the foot brake.
There it is.
There it is, look, giving a wheel spin. He said that you can drop the revs down, take your foot off the accelerator, and the back wheels will just turn in a wheel. So they'll just sit there on idle, spinning.
And the other words we were talking about, because he came over and introduced himself, so I was excited about that. And took some photos with him, but he might go turbo. He might go nitrous next year. So
just throw some nitrous at it.
He's
like, I had the same thoughts. Yes. Dude, that is a recipe for danger right there.
All right, Anastasios coming out here in a great-looking BMW, might I add. So this is we've seen BMW versus BMW, we've seen Nissan versus Nissan, but now Nissan versus BMW. Right now, that Viper, he says it's 50-50 balance, so that should fare fairly well out here at Gymkhana GRiD. But we'll see. Nice wrapping around. They're almost tit for tat here.
Yeah, Harkus is driving a pretty lightweight car there, a little bit shorter wheelbase, and as we know, Gymkhana is as much about agility as it is control in a straight line. So yeah, you know, pretty well matched, these two cars, and it's not all about the horsepower. We keep saying it, and it's not. You know, like if you've got a lot of horsepower, you're going to have to be really gentle with that throttle, because it's all about the grip in a straight line. When the drifters come out, huge drift, it looks amazing, loads of smoke, but the times are not that great.
Martin gets to the finish box first. What kind of times are we looking at? 103.6 and a 104.53. So Martin does have the fastest time, but it's a cumulative. And remember, this has never been a more literal term. This is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yes! Oh, okay, we'll just put that to bed now. We'll just put it to bed. Okay, done.
Mic drop, that's it, I'm out. I abuse that term quite a bit, but I've never been able to say it's a marathon, not a sprint in Marathon Greece.
Oh, that was beautiful. Well, I think potentially we should re-inscribe one of these trophies for you.
Oh my gosh.
I might give you this.
Thank you. I don't know who to thank.
Spring here.
I want to thank Marathon Greece.
That messenger, the nameless messenger.
I want to thank Sprint telephone service. All right, so back to the action here. This BMW, great looking car, the 44 here of Anastasios. As where are we looking at? So we're getting eyes on the BMW, and it's really interesting. I mean, we do have two eyes, but you can't put one on here and one on that one. You got to kind of focus, so when they get close together, you get a good opportunity there. I hear you cackling. You get a good opportunity to see how close they are, or how far. All right, the pallet wall here.
So you had me. We've got two eyes. We've obviously got.
I know, but you can't put one, different directions.
I absolutely know what you're saying. The difference in the speed of the tracks, and the difference in when we kick off the timing triggers as well. So should be set in stone. Martin.
The BMW gets to the spool first.
Oh, hello. Okay, a little bit of an upset here, because it looks like Harkus has got the jump on him, and it's a really big lead out on that second round. We are, okay,
let's go to the scoreboard. Let's go to the scoreboard. What do you think? 104, 105.
Okay, we need the cumulative.
Here we go. And I'm seeing fingers pointing. What's down? Who got hit?
It's a flat. There's
whole time of the shot.
Women screaming.
Yeah. Oh, look at another drifting with a smile. The irony of Anastasios. There's a sticker. Anastasios wins. Oh, Martin Emerslev getting knocked out, but look at him, they're going wild for the local Greek drifter. Anastasios, congratulations, taking out the Viper Skyline.
Oh man, the Viper Skyline goes home with nothing.
Nice guy, Anastasios. I took some photos with him. Again, really good guy. So I love it. I think it's absolutely fantastic that the local Greek drivers are engaged, because you know what this means? There's going to be more Gymkhana cars built here, right? Wow,
okay.
7,000ths of a second between his two runs. So it shows you consistency.
Yeah.
It shows you that he keeps it tight and right and really dialed and focused.
Yeah, absolutely. That is hugely consistent. Okay. You know, I'm sat here thinking, oh God, we've lost that Skyline Viper. And then look at what appears on the screen.
What's going on here? What's going on?
The hero car.
Christos, Saitos.
In the start gate.
Okay,
Ken Block's going to be like head in hands. Like, oh, who did I give the keys to?
No. Wait, remember, the start clock does not start until he breaks the beam. Oh, okay, that was a straightening there. Andreas Bakkerud, we saw him stall a couple times yesterday. So, and Ken always jokes with him. He calls him Andreas Snackerud, because he loves eating snacks. He's constantly snacking.
So right now,
Stallerud. I gave him Stallerud yesterday.
Okay, so we've really very little comparison between the two cars here now in terms of how they're doing for time, because Andreas set off so slow at the start gate. I mean, he really obviously wants to chase to make it, you know, I don't know, is he trying to make it more interesting, or is he trying to put the pressure on himself? He knows that if he can catch up, that he's going to be way ahead. So here into that final double donut around the cotton reel.
So Saitos pulls into the finish box. Here comes Andreas.
I wonder what Saitos is thinking now. Is he like, have I just taken out the two-time?
No, look at that, 105s. They are both 105s.
Wow.
Sir Charles gives us some info, just a little bit off, and it was just a little bit off from those clocks. I mean, that was impressive.
Yeah.
So like I told you, it doesn't start until you break the beam.
Yeah.
That could be mental, man. And Terry Grant figured that out.
And do you know what? I just assumed that Andreas in that car was going to be the faster driver, because he's in that specialist hero car. And that's the car that won. It won the hero battle last year in Santa Pod. So by all accounts, that is one of the fastest cars and driven by one of the fastest guys in the world. Andreas is two-time European Rallyed Cross champion. That does not come easily. That is a hotly contested racing series. But of course, all of that experience is in four-wheel drive vehicles, and here he is driving a car that he's only driven this weekend, and it's only rear-wheel drive, so something a little bit different.
A beautiful looking car. Oh, it looks like he's slow out of the sweeper into the asterisks.
Look at the straight lines Santas is playing here. Look, there's no oversteer, just straight lines. Look at his front wheels. They're barely off. Look how straight they are, perpendicular to the back wheels.
He's not doing a lot of correcting. You're not seeing a lot of correcting
This is perfect driving.
Is Bakkerud going to get taken out here, out of the gate? He will be the hero car, but he's going to be parked potentially here. Oh, nice navigation around that. So Saitos already into the spool. Bakkerud. One. And here comes Saitos. Oh, Bakkerud still playing with the spool, unfortunately. For him.
The crowd really getting revved up here.
Nice styles for miles there. 104, 106. Unfortunately, Andreas Bakkerud looks like that will be a wrap for him.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to sit out, but he is the driver of the hero car, which means we're going to be seeing him come back out to battle the winner.
See how exhausted he is?
Is he?
Yeah, he is just look gassed. Heavy exhale. Saitos, look at that. Yeah, give it up. Give it up. Saitos.
Well, look, he's only got 2 headlamps, and things are going to get dark. We lost the hour last night for daylight savings, and last year some people came to the weight savings because it does get dark and it gets really difficult to see out here. So he could have caused himself a bit of a disadvantage there by not having all his headlights in. But a lot of the Subarus, they're taking out their headlights and putting in air rams in the front there just to get a bit more air under the hood, cool things down, and a bit more flow for the inlets.
And Ken doesn't have any headlights or taillights.
Does he not?
No.
And I did notice that Escort's got a shattered front headlamp on the driver's left.
Does it?
Yeah.
Thought I had the.
It's got the tape on it, but it's shattered.
Oh,
and
really?
The tape's kind of held
What'd you
the
do?
lens in there.
What'd you do?
Huh?
You broke it. You got nervous there. You legitimately got nervous.
Right then, the final battle here in Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet Top 16 rear-wheel drive.
No, was that? I feel like that was your impression of me.
Okay, Luke Woodham. Okay, you do Luke Woodham, and then I'll do it in my voice. No, I'll just go. Luke Woodham is the winner from last year. He's also defending 2 times undefeated champion of Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet. He is the one to watch. He gave very little away when I was chatting to him. He was stressing a little bit this morning. He's like, I can't get enough grip, can't get enough speed. Luke, dude, so you were stressing yesterday. You know, what have you changed? Is it quicker? He's like, yeah, it's quicker. I was like, what have you done? I can't tell you. That's basically how the conversation went. Cool story, bro. So yeah, keeping his cards very close to his chest.
Yeah, that's how it is. And that, you can see his name is written on the side of the BMW. I'm going to attempt to pronounce this. I apologize if I butcher it, but it's Rissantopoulos. Rissantopoulos.
Yeah. This is the guy that said sing it a little bit, and you've got it. Charalampos.
Yeah.
Rissantopoulos. Shalalampos. Like the, what's the song you said?
Yeah, Shalalalabamba.
Exactly.
Shalalalabamba. But Luke Woodham is your 2-time rear-wheel drive Gymkhana GRiD champion.
He also is in 2nd position for qualification.
What is going on here, Luke?
Oh, come on. Next year we're going to have to change these rules.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, for viewing...
we need to see him.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point is you can, for the audience, you know, it's a very simple
Still
format.
racing the clock. Still racing the clock.
2 people going head-to-head, first one to finish wins. And I really think we should be true to that.
That's what you think. That's what you think, Thorny.
You think different? I mean, for all intents and purposes, we could be in different countries running on different tracks.
Oh, wow. That's been
gut punch. Really? Did he just say that?
Yeah. All right, so that would be kind of cool, though.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Wow. But then how do you alternate the tracks? it's a long trip to see how. It's a long wait to see how they finish. Yeah. All right, we'll find out who wins next week.
Stay tuned.
Luke Woodham around that spool.
Yeah.
And here comes.
So Luke Woodham, he's
Shalampos.
Yeah, on the S14, he's not got his headlights in. He's just got those LEDs. It made life a little bit difficult for him, but didn't hold him back too much. So he
yeah, exactly. 1024. What was that? Finish your thought.
I was just saying, I think he knew that potentially, because Luke, he qualified in 2nd. Charalampoulos, he qualified in 15th. So maybe he's worked out what the time difference was between them and gave him that as a head start. In which case, I'm back on track with this start when you want.
And he's like. He's a genius. He's a genius. What's the quantum, the hole? He's in the wheelchair.
He's on the spectrum?
Yeah, he's on the spectrum. Yeah, that's how powerful Luke Woodham is. Here we go. Now they leave at the same time.
Okay.
Luke Woodham with a 5-second advantage right now over Charalampos.
Charalampos, local Greek. Tried to have a chat with him. All he could say is sing my name, and you've got it dialed in. So
sing my name, sing my name.
The word is
yeah.
How do I?
Destiny's Child. We'll see what his destiny is. As if we will be singing his name more, or Luke Woodham.
Yeah.
He is a fierce competitor.
Well, I love the fact that he's got the downforce of that huge whale tail spoiler on the back of his Beamer there, but also kind of, I don't know, counteracting it with the drag from the flag that's on his roof there.
But it's,
someone did a study, because during World Cup, a lot of people have British flags hanging off their cars, and they reckon it adds like 2p per mile or something.
Really?
With drag. He's probably not worried about that.
No, that's Lisa's worries right now, as Woodham just made him an example, unfortunately. But a good effort, but he knew he was going against Luke Woodham, and Luke Woodham is your number 2 qualifier.
Yeah, it was set in stone from the beginning, really, but what a great platform for Charalampos. You know, here in front of a home crowd, this is potentially going to build his profile to the point that, you know, he can build up some sponsors, create a faster car. And this event really does put people on the map, both local and international as well. That's what Gymkhana is all about, you know, nurturing young talent. And of course, Luke Woodham is a perfect example of that. I don't know how old he was when he started, but he's still very young now. And came in winning 2 years in a row, and that's a big victory, and it really does say a lot, and especially this year when the field has got such historic names in there.
Internationally known to rock the microphone, as we are about to continue on with Gymkhana GRiD action, but it will be all-wheel drive up next. So as we take a look at the schedule, we are seeing, again, all-wheel drive will be next, top 16. And we will be introducing the all-wheel drive vehicles. They'll get a site review. Check out the course quickly.
So 2 different categories of competition here at Gymkhana. The rear-wheel drive category we just saw really does kind of it brings in the drift car racers.
Yep.
Now we've got the all-wheel drive category. Now this is a group of guys who, some of them specifically drive this kind of barrel sprint competition, but also we've got the rally drivers in there as well, the people who are used to that 4-wheeled power. It's a very, very different style of driving, and even the rules of the course have been changed. You don't have to initiate a drift into that first corner. So we're seeing a bit of a showcase of all of the drivers coming through here now. There's Terry Grant back in.
There's Rennes Nitas in that Mitsubishi Evo. Terry Grant, I hope he has some new tires on that thing.
Terry. Yeah.
There's Liam Doran, the British Bomb. Really cool, mean-looking car. These are our all-wheel drive vehicles. So out there, in no particular order, Petter Solberg, Ken Block, Liam Doran, Rennes Nitas, Jordan Andreev, Panos Kirkos, Jake Archer, James Stephen, Maris Nixons, Dimitri Shribny, Andy Stevens, Jonathan Buck, Terry Grant, Demetrius Papadopoulos, and Vasilis Velenis and Rico Taco. And there is Petter Solberg.
The man himself, 460 rally stage wins in his career.
Wow.
460, and you were saying less people have scored points in rallycross than have landed on the moon who've come from America.
Yes, there are yes.
More people have landed on the moon than have scored points in rallycross.
Americans, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, because he's been stealing.
He just hold it down for Norway. But you know what? His first ever Gymkhana GRiD. Can he crack under pressure?
It's actually been brilliant having him here, because by all intents and purposes, I think he is one of the most famous, most successful car drivers that we have here. And it's beautiful to see him mixing in with some of the other drivers. And Marco gave Petter Solberg a set of tires. And that's absolutely
so
beautiful.
before we go into the all-wheel drive, our own Colby is down there with Luke Woodham.
How are you guys? Going pretty good so far. I got Luke Woodham here. You just won your last heat. How'd it go?
Yeah, good. Just kind of dialed in some more grip. Car's working well, to be fair. We're going to be interested when the lights obviously go down. Yeah, night time, but trying to do the triple this year. Done it, you know. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. So, hi Mum, hi Dad, hi Louise. All right.
Who are you looking at as a threat?
Could be anyone, to be fair. Yeah, no one in particular. Whoever, you know what I mean? You know, it takes one mistake, so.
Doesn't matter who it is, you want to beat him.
Well, of course, I'm here to win. I'm not here to mess around, so.
Cool. All right, thanks a bunch, man. Good luck. Okay, back to you guys.
Sorry.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Colby, as we see our first battle here in the all-wheel drive, and that is Petter Solberg against Rico Taco.
Yeah, so Rico Taco, he was the guy who said he he kind of just brought his Evo 9. It's a car that he uses for training people. Oh my word, can I just...
Yeah, my
the launch of
Rico Taco right now because he just got smoked.
Oh my word,
Oh
the
my
pickup
goodness.
on that Citroen Zara. Sorry, I was saying, Riku Taku, he brought his Evo 9. He's actually sponsored by Mini, up to the point that, even to the point that the local dealership invited him in for a photo shoot and gave him a Mini to borrow for the whole week. And he had to say, hat in hand, I'm sorry guys, I actually brought my Evo 9 because my Mini's still being worked on, and you know, it's this European rallycross car. So he's brought this Evo, and it's Class E, so it's totally stock. He's got a restricted turbo inlet on it. It's a 2-litre, so it was before the restrictions in a rally that said he had to go down to 1.6. So he said himself he's actually bought the wrong vehicle for it. But let's talk about Petter Solberg.
Yeah, no, I believe you're talking about Riku because all sides are saying that Riku will get knocked out.
Well, let's give all the info.
This might be the last we're going to see of Riku because Solberg, look at that time lapse.
He's
1 minute flat.
He's the only guy to have broken the 1 minute barrier. He's got it down to, I think he even got like a 58, 59. He's got the fastest lap of anyone so far. Let's get a quick...
Boom goes the dynamite.
The launch on that is absolutely insane. I mean, that is the car that Colin McRae used to race. That thing is absolutely priceless. The heritage in that car, it is in Petter's own personal museum. If you've only just joined us, then I talked about it earlier. Petter has his own personal museum, and he's got all of his helmets, all of his racing suits all lined up, and a lot of cars in there as well. And he said the reason he picked that one, because it was the closest to the door, so closest to the garage door. He didn't want to have to shuffle them all around.
Convenient, strong, and efficient. So Rico Taco, oh look at Rico's trying to stage. He's trying to stage to get a jump.
Okay, so he wants to get a bit of momentum before he crosses that start line, and you know, no one's saying anything.
What happened here?
Oh, hello. Some rev limiter being hit there.
All right, so Riku does pull up a bit.
Okay, yeah, because I actually did mention that to you earlier, didn't I? That you can. You could start further back, give you a little bit of momentum, so when you cross that line, you're actually already moving. So glad to see.
I think you need to. It's within reason. Within reason, right? You know, I mean, you don't be back all the way against the fence and just.
I don't, you know, I'm just calling it as it is.
Oh my goodness! Petter Solberg breaks up. Oh no! It's not over. It's not over. Petter, make up.
Not only did he stall, but he jumped the line and then stalled. So now he has got a lot of time to make up for. Okay, but look, he's on an absolute mission now, and from our view here in the commentary box, we can see Riku has about 3.5 seconds. Sorry, I was just counting the time between about 3.5 seconds to make up for. Can he claw it back? It would be a real curveball and turn of events if Petter Solberg were to get knocked out here in the first race, because he is the hot favorite.
Man. He's inching closer, and you know that just goes to show you it ain't over till the fat guy sings. I'm the fat guy, and this is, we'll see how it ends. But Petter, unbelievable. But Rico, he's Mr. Taco.
Look at the time he's caught up.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my word!
Great navigation around the spool by Solberg.
Oh, look,
is he gonna pass him?
You can see Rico pushing
and he passes him.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Bravo.
What a performance. As I say, he is the most experienced driver out there.
103. A 103.
103.
Oh my gosh, and a 103 for
Petter. 103 with that awful start. Look, he knows it as well. That was an incredible performance. The most highly decorated driver of all of them we've got out of here.
Here's the finish for Petter around the spool. He gained some ground, and that just shows you masterclass driving from Petter Solberg. Wow. As you said, over 400 stage rally wins. His smile says it all.
Yeah, he was the guy that came here, he was like, nah, it's not for fun. This is not naughty. Well, better luck next year to Riku Taku. He said already he's learnt a lot from this year in that he's going to be bringing his Mini back. He's going to specially set it up for Gymkhana GRiD. We'll be seeing him back even stronger next year. And for the rest of his series, we wish him all the best.
All right, there is Petter Solberg riding off into the sunset. If you just joined us, we're live. This is Jared Dienda, my co-host James Thorne, and our own Colby West. He is in the pits. Colby West, his background, a decorated X Games freestyle and halfpipe skier. So it's great to get his insight and get some interviews with some of the drivers down in the pits.
Yeah, he loves it. He was so excited.
Yeah.
Either that or the jet lag, I think, is even potentially even adding to it, getting him really excited.
Our next two drivers. Who do we have here? Thorne?
Maris Nixons.
And James Steven. I'll take that one.
Okay. You take it. Yeah, so James Stevens. What can we say about him? Taken out by last year's winner.
Yep.
And this is a pretty special setup he's got here. He's got the widest wheels of anyone else out on the track.
Really?
It weighs a ton. 1,000 kilograms. It's all fiberglass body. But do you know what? He's well aware of the fact that if he wins this, that he's going up against Petter Solberg. Oh. And he told me that. He's like, even if I get through.
Aware, he says.
Yeah. He had a bit. James actually is faster than his qualification time. Than he deserved for his qualification, because in the first round he took a DNF. In the second round he was just he had to cruise, and you can see some bodywork damage on the front of that Subaru on the left-hand side there, the white vehicle. Some body damage. He got a DNF for that. Second time he had to go steady. He obviously didn't want to make any mistakes, so he should have been higher ranked, and he said he could have taken way more time off.
102 and 103. 102
very fast
for the Evo, 103 for the Subaru. They're in lane 2, so a second off.
I mean, if you're hitting 1 minute or less, that really is the fastest of the guys out there. So James Stevens here, he was saying he's got 680 foot-pounds of torque, and we're going to see that come into play here at the start gate. That's 200 up on Dmitry Shrivny, last year's winner. Look at the speed out of the start gate. The launch on that thing is absolutely incredible. You can see he's taking out the Subaru badge and putting a little Scottish flag there.
That's adorable, flying the flag on the nose of the Subi.
And you can see his bonnet a little bit ajar. He can't actually close the bonnet because the new engine in that thing's a little bit too big.
It's like buttoning your pants after a big meal, right? So, yeah, seeing James Steven, his hero car built by A&J Motorsports, Medics, Blacksmith, and Welders, Team 1340 there. So we're focusing on him, but the Nixon's Rally Sport Evo, a good execution around the boat, but...
You can see he's got some pretty soft suspension going on this Evo. You see that thing rocking from side to side. A lot of guys going for the softer,
big swing in that
suspension. Especially the drift guys as well. Harder suspension makes you really slide out of the back. Softer suspension means those tires can really dig in on that outside edge.
It's coming down to the wire. They're only a second apart, and now James comes in early. Let's see if any penalties are assessed. 102 and 104, that's a big gap. So 3 seconds, any penalties as... And there it is, James Stevens gets the win. James Steven gets the win in that Subaru.
See, that was our closest race. That was seeding 8 against seeding 9. But as I say, James Stevens, he had to take a really relaxed second shot in his qualification. It was one on each side of the track, accumulative time. You get to do that twice. The best of your accumulative time is the one that puts you into the seeding. James said he made a mistake on his first round, took a safety on the second, but you know, the faster you go in the qualification, the easier your life is, because the as you saw, Petter Solberg went against Raku, who qualified in last place. So James is really aware that he's made that mistake, because in the next round, he's going up against Petter Solberg.
So as we are getting prepared for our next battle, we did see that of Steven advancing on, and now you are allowed to warm up your tires. You can see they are warming up their tires there.
So we've got Panos Kirkos versus Andy Stevens. Now, Andy Stevens has had 6 mechanical failures or 6 breakdowns in the last 6 races, and he's been trying to go through the whole car to try and sort out what the problem was. He's got a devastating UEP, which is a ghost in his electrics, unidentified electrical problem. If anyone suffered one of them, you'll know the pain of going through every single switch in your car. Look at the launch.
And Kirkos is the highest qualifying driver, finishing 6th. And look at that, Evo, man, look at that suspension. You're seeing he's lifting that one tire. Will that pay off for him? We will obviously find out.
Well, with 4-wheel drive, you almost want to keep all 4 wheels on the floor so that you can get that drive. But of course, the rear-wheel drive guys, they need the 4 wheels on. They need the rear wheels at least on the floor for drive. With the 4-wheel drive, you can be up on just 2 wheels to either side, and you're still getting that traction and still getting that power. So these guys are running a pretty clever handbrake system in both these cars, all of the rally cars. When you lift the handbrake, not only does it hydraulically lock the rear wheels, it also disengages the mid-diff. So then you're actually still running power on the front wheels, and you're not draining any power from the back wheels. So very clever system there with the handbrake.
And it's tight right now. The Subaru just a little tight. Oh, and a big swing there by Kirkos. And there is the number 17. Yeah, number 17, Andy Stevens. 101, 102. Some quick times there from our 2 drivers.
Fast.
So Kirkos will now go to the other side as Stevens with that one, in the vicinity of a 1-second advantage.
Yeah, but they're moving over now, and the advantage is now with the other driver because we've seen it a lot. Lane 2, track 2 is the slower track. Distances between some of the features are further, making it a longer course.
All right, so a delayed takeoff there for Stevens into the sweeper.
I wouldn't entirely blame that on Stevens. I think the flag was a little bit delayed to go up there from one of the marshals. So this is a hot battle. It was Panos qualified in 6th place. Andy Stevens qualified in 11th. So going by qualification times, it's Panos who should be leading this race out.
Okay, and you can see Kirkos gets out of the asterisks first, now into that power wall. So look at Kirkos, he's in the boat. Is this redemption like we were talking about? He has the advantage, he's on that quicker side, that track 1. Now here comes Stevens into the first portion of that figure 8 cyclone. Kirkos lost some time in that spool, but here comes Stevens. See, Kirkos is already, but look how wide he swings. Let's see, if Stevens keeps this tight, he might gain some ground.
Look at the difference in the tires. Look how much smoke is coming out of Kirkos' tires there.
Figure that's 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
I think we're going to say goodbye to Andy there. He had a delayed start, but I don't think it was delayed enough. It'd be a shame to say goodbye to
and there
Andy
it is. It is official. It is official. Kirkos gets the victory. Your highest qualifying Greek driver, Panos Kirkos, takes out that of Andy Stevens. It ain't over. That track 1.
Yep.
That track 1 is a real barn burner.
Well, of course, everybody favors one direction. Not everyone, well, you don't like one direction, but everybody favors turning in one direction in their vehicle, and you've got to be able to play it on both sides. It's the accumulative score. Very exciting race here then. We've got Terry Grant now. He's a bit of a curveball out here because Terry is the stunt driver. He's not a racer. His background is in racing, but he couldn't even remember the last time that he went into a race. He came here as a stunt driver, and doing 1 lap of the course was like, yeah, I'm going to compete in this. I'm going to compete. So he's in a car that's very, very specialist. It was set up purely for a stunt that he performed earlier on in the year, and it was designed to, basically they had a column, a tubular column, a circle on top, and he was donutting perfectly central on the top of it, and there was a chain to make sure he didn't fall off from the bottom middle of his car, and it was rear wheel steering. They put a Mitsubishi Evo engine in it, beefed it up, made it look cool, and it would spin literally on the spot. So that was the stunt it was designed for. So he's taken off that rear wheel steering. He's turned this front wheel drive car into an all-wheel drive beast with a 400 horsepower engine in it, and look at the launch straight out there. It's a very light car. Now that plays against him when it comes to grip, but he's not got too much horsepower. That's going to play in his favor. I'm excited to see what happens.
All right, so Renes Nitis on that other side. He's from Latvia. He is a rally competitor, rally cross champion, and a skilled driver. Right now, I got to tell you, Terry Grant, but it will be noted that Renes Nitis was slow off the line by choice, by default. Regardless, he did start later than that of Terry Grant. So Terry, out of the boat circle, out of the boat donut, Ken Block trying to hypnotize Renes Nitis there in that corner. You can see Terry approaching the final double donut. Oh, look at Renes gaining some ground.
Okay, look how tight, going a little bit wider there, but for that big old vehicle, look at the difference in the size of the wheelbase of these two vehicles. That's going to be a close call. 2:02.49. 1:02.49, 1:02.03, less than half a second between them. But Terry Grant was on the faster side. Now they're swapping over. If he can play it well on this second side, he does have the advantage. It's a slightly shorter track.
So, yeah, let's go ahead and...
Beg your pardon, the fast track is track number 1, isn't it?
Yeah, track 1.
So actually, Terry...
Yeah.
So Terry's at the disadvantage this time.
Yeah, Terry's at the disadvantage. He's on side 2, and away they go.
I'd be ashamed to say goodbye to Terry. He's already said that he's going to come back next year.
Renes Nitis, he's like, see ya later, Terry.
He's fine with it.
No problem.
Listen, you weren't a racer anyway, let's be honest.
Who, me?
Terry.
Terry. Oh, no,
That was me saying what Renes was saying.
Yeah. I thought you were talking to me. I'm like, I announce car races. I can't announce and race at the same time. So
well, you could try. That'd be interesting.
I chipped a tooth on a microphone once. So I did. It's no joke. Renes Nitis around the boat, and here comes Terry. Renes got the jump, as you said, the faster course.
Wow. Okay, Terry's got a yellow flag there. Round the spools. He's taken a little bit of a nudge on the front, so there's a 2-second penalty. This for sure is set in stone now. Yeah, that's going
to be all she wrote there for Terry Grant.
We're going to say goodbye to our 23-time world record breaker.
All right, so Renes. You can see the official there in the center. He has the black and white flag. He points the direction of the victor, and there it is. Renes Nitis gets the victory, taking out Terry Grant. We are halfway through our top 16 battles. To continue with the action. Unfortunate for Terry, the vehicle will not be competing, but it will live to see some more demos with Terry behind the wheel. As we take a look at Terry Grant, this is where, blunk, there it is. He knocks it over. 2-second penalty assessed. Insult to injury, unfortunately for Terry Grant. Still puts on a good show. So
next up, we're going to welcome Dimitri Papadopoulos.
Dimitri Papadopoulos and the British bomb, Liam Doran.
So Liam is a guy that almost came from nowhere. He went over to America, took part in the X Games at the age of just 26, and won Rallycross. That was his first real appearance on a global stage. Took the win, raised a few eyebrows. Monster have hooked him up, and he's gone on to have a really successful career in not just European, but also world Rallycross as well. So the car he's driving there is actually his Rallycross car, so it's full spec for Rallycross. He's got the original kind of columns in that vehicle. It's the original doors on there, the original roof as well. Every other panel is carbon fiber. It's a beautiful thing, satin carbon fiber making up that vehicle. But interestingly, the engine, he's also playing that tactical game. He's playing that tactical game.
So Liam, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the engine from Liam's car is actually out of a 2-litre Passat diesel. Because of the high compression you run on a diesel engine, it can withstand the kind of pressures that they're putting it through with this highly tuned engine. So, yeah, it's actually out of a 2-litre diesel.
That's awesome.
Passat people carrier.
And he just got off of a victory of basically a rallycross race. He did win. Him and his team took it back to the shop. Drove it through the night to get it here for qualifying. So him and his team have worked feverishly to get that car here. So right now, visually, you can see that Papadopoulos is ahead of Liam Doran, but just as I say that, he's caught up to him.
Yeah, and Liam gave him a really big head start as well. A good, it was over a second head start. So Liam giving him the benefit of the doubt there.
And he finishes first.
There you go. Gave him a head start and still finished. And that was on the slower track as well.
1 minute flat. 1 minute flat. That's smoking right there.
Yeah, 1 minute is really the threshold. If you're pulling 1 minute, then that could potentially see you all the way through to the podium.
What's going to be interesting is as the sun sets, it's going to get dark and it's going to get cold.
Yep.
The track conditions will be changing. You can see as the tire particulates just accumulate there around that double donut, there's a whole lot of spent rubber there. What do we got here? I'm seeing harness off. I'm seeing, oh man, what do we got here?
The
battery tie down came off. Got the Greek flag on the wing, got the Greek flag on his helmet. I'm going to go on a limb and say this is a local Greek driver. He's really in the boot of that Evo. We'll see if he can get it fixed.
Something rolling around in the back there?
I don't know.
Worse than something rolling around, is there?
Sir Charles has jokes. He informs us that he has an old CD changer, and he's changing the soundtrack to his driving efforts here. Sir Charles, what CD is he changing from and to? Okay. Okay. Okay, so he's going from Queen to what would you say?
Something a bit more modern, Charles said.
Motley Crue.
You think that hard?
I think
Charles is saying, how old are you, Gerard? That's not new.
So unfortunately he could not find his Motley Crue CD, it looks like. That's gonna be a wrap.
No.
Oh man. He says, I'm sorry.
I'll come back next year with MP3.
Oh man. We're having too much fun.
So does this mean that Liam has to run?
No way. We are getting word again. Sir Charles dropping some knowledge on us that his nickname or his name translates to cursed. So he lives literally and figuratively once again.
Oh,
the cursed one.
Wow. That's dark.
That is really dark.
Why would you name your child that?
I wouldn't race anymore. I'd become a librarian. Why would you name your child that? Wow, that is true.
Of course, there's a direct translation, we are told, from Greek to English, and potentially the parents wouldn't have known.
Yeah. So Liam Doran.
Does he have to take his second run, or do you think he's just going to?
I think he just advances. I think that's a wrap.
Just advanced. Okay. Liam's dad. He owns a pretty famous rally track.
He looks like he is going to take a run.
Leaden Hill.
Yeah, Leaden Hill.
Yeah, but listen to that. Okay, we've just got a bit of a showcase. Now look at that. What they can get out of that engine is absolutely insane. It is a Citroen DS3. And a lot of people have been going into the paddock just asking him what it is. Pretty far from what you'd see coming out the showroom. But interesting that his dad does own Leaden Hill. He competed at the age of 14, I think. First time he ever competed in rally, and that was driving a classic Mini. But you'd have thought that he has a real advantage on that course, but apparently you're not allowed to run vehicles on it unless it's a race day due to noise restriction. So yeah, he could potentially take a walk with his dog, but he's not actually allowed to drive his car around it, so no real advantage for him.
So a bit of a bye run and a showcase showdown here for Liam Doran. And he will advance on as 1 minute again. Dude, Liam Doran.
Wow. So
can he put a bow on this thing? He is killing it.
So is that the fastest accumulative time we've had?
2 minutes flat?
2 minutes
so.
flat. Has anyone else managed to do that?
That's the fastest.
That is the fastest. I think Peter Solberg, he had a 2 minute 1 second. Yeah, so that is the fastest time yet accumulatively.
Doran dropping the hammer.
Okay, one to watch out for. Are we going to see Doran Petter final? Let's find out as we progress through this top 16 round.
Next up, the retina burning yellow. Jonathan Buck and Jordan Andreev.
So two really cool guys here. Both kind of fairly homegrown in terms of vehicle and mechanics. Jordan drove that, you can see a number plate on it. He actually drove that car over from Bulgaria.
Oh my goodness.
He's had that car since the age of 16. And he's tricked it out all himself, all the mechanicals, everything done to that car he's done himself. So that's pretty cool. He had a 1 minute flat time as well, 1 minute dead, qualified in 5th place. And he's going up against Jonathan Buck. That bright yellow, that's actually rattle can. He sprayed that on himself. It looks very, very cool. But he is part of SCR, which is Subaru or Scooby Clinic Racing, who actually have a world record for drag strip racing in a 4-wheel drive car with an H-pattern gearbox. So they have built a world record drag vehicle, and that is SCR. So straight out the gate there, you can see these are going to be very fast. There's a couple of guys driving for Team SCR out there today.
Scooby Clinic Racing there of Jonathan Buck. Could see, we did see a delayed launch there from Andreev. But right now, Buck dialing it in around the boat donut. Andreev.
I love the fact that Andreev has got his number plate on still. That is a road legal vehicle, and that's awesome. That just shows the grassroots of this event. You can drive to these events, and you can compete.
Look at Buck really working that wheel. You can see him as Buck brings it on home. Nice effort there. What kind of times we're looking at? Minute flat. You said he got a minute earlier.
He did. Well, there you go. Minute and a minute 2 on track 2. So that could potentially be that 2-minute deficit that we're talking about from track 1 to track 2. All still to play for. This is going to be very, very tight.
I mean, that's a really quick time, and I mean that just shows you again, you don't need a whole ton of horsepower. Liam Doran with that high horsepower turbo diesel Volkswagen engine under the hood of the Citroen. And he put down a minute. So, but again, Buck was on the fastest track 1.
Yeah.
And green means go. Here we go. Let's see if Buck can duplicate another 1 minute run. Liam Doran, the only guy to put it down there in competition on track 2. Can Buck do it? Maybe Liam left a little bit of magic there on the course.
Looking pretty much blow for blow at the moment. So remember, watching out for those front wheels. You want to keep them perpendicular to the back wheels. That's the sign of a fast lap when those front wheels aren't moving. And look, a classic example there from Buck. Front wheels barely turning. All of the drive going into pushing that car straight forward. It's all about the setup. Once you're out of the corner, it's about getting in a straight line as quickly as possible to race forward to the next obstacle. Like absolutely bringing it here in the second round. He's got a huge leap through those double cyclone section. He's created a formidable lead here.
And Buck brings it in. Oh, look at that. 103, 104. So that 1 second gap. Let's see.
Exactly 1 second between them.
Yeah. And there it is. It looks like Buck does get the victory. The flag flies in Buck's lane as Jonathan Buck gets the win. Look at him pumped. Banging on that A-pillar. So he's cranked. Jonathan Buck advances. 2 more battles left in the top 16.
That's interesting because Jonathan Buck qualified 12th compared to Jordan qualifying in 5th place.
Yeah, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. Sir Charles, our overseeing all Lord, says that that Jordan, unfortunately, was a DNF because he only did 1 turn around the big spool.
Do you know what? I said he's got a formidable lead, and then I watched them pull into the finish
like, how'd that happen?
Side by side, and I was like, I've misjudged that. So yeah, he only went round that end obstacle once. Easy to get confused once you go in. You need to create a marker point mentally, and then count yourself round it twice. Potentially a little bit confusing.
So somebody who is, I mean, I should say both of these guys who have really made a name for themselves. Jake Archer, see the wrecking ball there. He debuts a new car this year here at Gymkhana GRiD. He was campaigning a Subaru wagon previously. Now it's the 5-door or newer model. And Dmitry Shribny, he is your defending Gymkhana GRiD champion. He took out Ken Block last year. It didn't fare that well here in qualifying this year, as he qualified 10th. Jake Archer, he qualified 7th. So we'll see if these guys are, let's call them, you know, for being around 5 years, these guys are Gymkhana GRiD veterans.
Yeah, absolutely. Jake Archer had that wagon, like you say. It was actually a borrowed car. It was a borrowed drive. He's come back this year. Yeah, brand new car built specifically for this. Impreza, 550 horsepower. And Dmitry, last year's winner. I should mention that Jake Archer took 3rd last year. Dmitry took the win, and he really has been setting some pretty blistering times. But Jake Archer himself, he pulled out a 1 minute flat in practice, so he's really got what it takes as well. This should be a pretty tight battle.
All right, well, we saw Shribny get into the spool earlier. Hopefully he's learned from that and will not take his front end, the nose of that Subaru into it. As Jake Archer, a bit of a wide swing now in the second portion of the Cyclone. And now into the spool, Dmitry has a bit of a jump on him, and Jake Archer is on the faster side.
He's gone really wide there. Oh no!
Oh man!
Jake has put his nose in to that final obstacle. He gets the yellow flag, 2 seconds, and potentially it's all over. It's worth his while finishing. It won't be a great time, but you never know. And we've seen it before, mistakes do get made. Potentially Dmitry may make a mistake in this next one. I highly doubt it. He's a very focused driver. He knows exactly what he's got to do, and he's here to win.
And here it is, Jake Archer going into the spool. And just knowing Jake, he's very outspoken, taller. He's very loud. He's a very loud.
Big dude, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just loud. So I know he's probably just yelling at himself right now.
He's actually got the newest build of any of the Imprezas out there. It's a 2008 Group N, built up rally spec. Yeah, he's going to be gutted with that.
Yeah,
he actually hasn't had much time to drive that car. It is a very, very new build, and he actually used the parade as a practice, and he was actually doing some testing. You know, he was pulling up by the side of the road, doing a bit of tinkering, and then continuing, and you can see that front fairing hanging off. A little bit painful.
Yeah.
And he's just secured a new sponsor as well, Right Sure.
Yeah.
So a shout out to them for supporting this guy. Marshall's like, do you want me to just take this thing off?
All right, well, there's your bumper.
So that mistake has cost him dearly, I think. Not just in terms of having to buy a new bumper, but also in terms of progressing through to the next round and his potential of it. But it was always going to be a difficult race against Dmitry.
And here we go, Shribny advancing on. We are about to find out as Jake Archer with a big mistake here, but it's not over just yet. We saw anything can happen. All right, so Archer now on the second lane, lane 2. You can see him already behind Shribny.
Did you see that turn off the end from Dimitri?
Yeah.
The way he just almost stopped dead, rotated on a penny directly forward. I've said it before, but this course is all about making the turns as quick and as tight as possible and then driving in a straight line to the next obstacle. So really here, all eyes are on Dimitri to see if he makes a mistake.
What's interesting about Dimitri is the way he gets the car to rotate, but he also just launches. Just seems to really launch out of the gate.
Well, he's also on the same tuning company that holds that world record for drag strip racing in an all-wheel drive vehicle. So you know that they've got the technology and the ability to create cars that are fast out the gate.
Yeah, it looks like, unfortunately for Jake Archer, the new vehicle will not bring him any luck. But Dimitri, and there you go. So, yeah. I mean, the clock went off. That's how long the gap was there between Dimitri and Archer. And there it is. Dimitri Shribny gets the win. Dimitri gets the win.
There you go, the winner from 2015. Is he going to be progressing through? We're going to find out. But next up, we're going to have Valanis against Ken Block. So, you know, potentially Ken's going to get through, and then we've got Dimitri versus Ken Block. Let's not forget, Ken lost in the hero battle last year. Dimitri won it all the way through to the final, won the final. He went head-to-head against Ken Block, who was driving the Unicorn in the hero battle. And Ken Block still has a bit of a bitter taste in his mouth about it. Potentially, we're going to get a rematch here as we move through into the Great Eight.
You're like, let's not forget, and I think everybody keeps reminding him about it. Valanis. So Valanis. Vasilis Valanis. All right, Valanis. And here it is, Ken Block in the RX-43. This is the Gymkhana 9 vehicle with that reflective Stars and Stripes livery. So a big moment, a big battle here for Valanis. Let's see what we got here. This is it's been all fun and games until now for Ken Block.
So last year we saw the Unicorn.
Yep.
And I was kind of hoping we were going to get to see the V2.
Yeah, the V2, I mean, as we talked about, so much horsepower under the hood of the Unicorn. Throw more turbos at it. That thing is a tire annihilator. I mean, it just rips tires. You'll see an installment of Gymkhana, which is, you know, they did the turbos on it, the red and blue one, red, white, and blue on the hood. And the video will air next year, but giving you a little teaser. So here we go, our final battle, top 16 Gymkhana grid. You have Vasilis Valanis and Ken Block. Ken Block in the faster lane of the two. Look at that, lifting that back left. You can see that nose just dipping in. Here comes Ken around the triple stack barrel tower through the baller. Valanis not too far behind as Ken gets into
everything he's got.
Yeah.
Well, when you're in a position where you're going up against one of the biggest names in motorsport, the head hoonigan himself, you are going to give it everything you've got. I mean, for Valanis, potentially, this is, you know, this is a great moment to race against one of his peers. And he's going to give it absolutely everything, and he's not that far behind. I think we all knew it was going to be a struggle, this race for him. This is seed number 2 against seed 15. This should be one of the easier races for Ken, but Valanis is giving him a really good run for his money. But he's gone super wide there, getting pretty excited. The foot has gone flat to the deck, too much gas. The wheels are spinning, trying to pull him in too hard. And I think you can see from his driving language there into the finish gate.
59! He broke the minute as a 59.94 for Ken Block. He broke and went sub 1 minute.
Let's be straight, 1 minute here for all-wheel drive. It's like the Wright brothers learning to fly. This is like groundbreaking stuff.
That's aggressive. That's too much. That's way too much.
Nah, he was absolutely flying.
Humans flying and him breaking 1 minute. I don't know. I mean, kudos to you, Ken Block, but I don't know about man taking flight rivaling that. That's too funny. Well, you can see how that.
The sub 1 minute though is a big deal. It's a really big deal. You know, potentially.
All right, so here we go. Yeah, it's okay. I understood.
You got it.
I got it. Here we go. So Ken Block now.
So yeah, second round. So Velasquez slightly behind Ken Block, but you know, like, if you're down the pub having a beer, you say, I'm a bit annoyed. You know, I qualified through to this competition, you know, motor car racing, and someone's like, shame, you got knocked out in the first round. Who knocked you out? Yeah, Ken Block. You'd be like, well, you'd give him a cuddle. You'd be like, well, dude, don't beat yourself up about it. Yeah, that is the head unicorn right there.
What I want to see is, are we going to see a sub 2 minute time? Because if he does another 59, we'll see a sub 2 minute overall.
We've seen a 2 minute dead.
Look how the car changes colors as the reflective livery it's kind of like a chameleon. It takes on the color of the surrounding lights. So you can see as it glows green, the M claw. Oh, and a big swing there. Ken Block, what are we going to see? As it shines with a 101. So we will not see sub 2 minutes, but a 59 and a 101 for KB and Hoonigan in charge.
It's kind of cool that this year both the hero cars are actually in the competition as well, and it's not just Ken's only going to race the winner. It's actually Ken's in the race. This is pretty cool, and for Ken himself, it's you know, he's putting himself on the line a little bit here.
Yeah. Yep, and he does advance on. Look at, see, there he goes. The only driver to get out. Thank you so much. Thanks for beating me.
Yeah, fair play.
Yeah, as Velenis gets knocked out, Ken Block advances on. There he is. Look, he's still psyched. He knew he was going to have some fun. So the Circova Mitsubishi Evo is knocked out. So that will conclude top 16. Our grade 8 is shaped up. So our grade 8 for rear-wheel drive will be next. So let's.
So we'll be going straight in. Yeah, the atmosphere really building here.
Yeah.
The lights start shining. It was just like this last year as well. Last night we saw a really cool smoke show and a bit of a drift demo as well. Fireworks going off, the lighting was going crazy, the Monster Girls were in effect, the crowd was going crazy. As things start to get darker, the atmosphere really starts building. And that's perfect timing now, moving into the grade 8. We're going back to rear wheel drive category.
All right, so here we are. All right, so here is the grade 8. The grade 8 for our rear wheel drive. All right, so as you can see, the sun is setting here. The lights are on. As you said, pretty exciting last night. The smoke show. A great backdrop that is Marathon Greece. So we collect our thoughts before we go into the grade 8 for rear wheel drive.
So there were a couple of curveballs, a couple of unexpected knockouts quite early on in the top 16. we say goodbye to Baggsy, which means Christos Hadzaras is going to be going against Adam Elder, the man who is so focused on this event. He had a mistake in the semi-finals last year, which saw him go into the third place competition against Marco Palian. And Adam he said it took him about 3 months to get over it. He was absolutely mortified. It was his to lose, and it's his to lose here again today. He had the fastest 2 times in qualifying. The 2 accumulative times that he posted were the 2 fastest accumulative times of qualifying. He is the fastest guy out here. He qualified first last year. He is a specialist in barrel sprint racing. This should be his event to lose. And as we move through Grade A through into the finals, anything can happen. As I say, we lost Baggsy in the last round, so anything really could happen. Those 2-second penalties, those DNFs, getting lost, they can all really put a good ship down.
Well, here we go, Adam Elder. Adam Elder through the sweeper into the asterisk turn. Elder needs
putting a bit of authority on this already earlier in the race. So Christos having a lucky escape because he took out Baggsy. Baggsy had a mistake, had a DNF, which means he's progressed through, but now he goes up against someone who's even tougher to beat. Yeah, I can't tell you how focused on this Adam is. The setup of the car, his motivation, and even his attitude coming into it.
Right.
He said, I'm going to win this year.
There you go.
During qualification, as I say, they had the fastest time, and he was holding his head in his hands like, I was slow. I was slow. Look at the flames coming out the back of his exhaust there. He was holding his head in his hands saying, I was slow. And we were stood next to each other watching the rest of the field take off, and he was disappointed with himself, if anything.
All right, so Elder down here, but let's go to Colby, who is with Petter Solberg now.
So, Petter, you had a little hiccup there at the beginning. What happened?
I was incredible. I mean, very, very lucky. You know, this is a rally car, very difficult to start with. You know, no launch system, nothing. But and when I got it started again, I was thinking, that's it. I need to go for a big attack, and it actually worked well. So, very lucky.
You have a strategy going into the next round?
Not really. It's the only thing is that it can't stall. You know, you can lose too much time, and and you have to stay away from mistakes. So it's quite hard. I'm nervous like mad. You know, it's very special race. You know, so prestige and nice trophies and champagne. You know, we want to try to be on the top.
Yeah, that's good. Well, it's great fun watching your race.
So there you go, Petter Solberg just reiterating how important it is to have a clean run. Those 2-second penalties add up, and how great that we've got such a rock star, one of the most awarded drivers here in terms of competition wins. And he's excited and he's nervous, and that's so cool that he can come out here and compete with all these other guys and really get the buzz and really feel the competitiveness that is out here tonight in Gymkhana GRiD. So a change of tracks. Christos having a bit of trouble in the double cyclone. Looked like he was going to make a mistake, but corrected himself, made the course as he should in the correct manner, but still a little bit behind Adam Elder. And you know, it was kind of set in stone from the beginning. Adam Elder qualifying in first, as I say. So he's got the Terminator on the livery on the side of his car there. He said it's purely just because he's a fan of the Terminator and anything Arnold Schwarzenegger. So that's the story behind the graphics on his car there. Getting a big cheer from the crowd as he drives it back through to the paddock. So the next race is going to decide who goes up against Adam Elder. So there you go, Adam really setting the standard here, really is one to watch. He was absolutely mortified that he didn't make it through into the final last year. Testament to that, in the battle for third place last year, Adam Elder went up with Marko Paljan. He's the guy with the E30, the Croatian crusher. Their accumulative times, so both of their times added together, was actually 4 seconds faster than the final race. So that just tells you how quick those two were and how unfortunate they were not to make it through into the final. Okay, so we've got Apo Karikaudis going up against Mr. Danny Cross. Danny Cross, he qualified in 4th place. Apo qualified in 12th place. Beg your pardon, 11th place. So this should be Danny Cross's to lose. I say Danny Cross, one of these guys who's come over from the UK and really feeling the benefit of the support you get from Gymkhana and the exposure you get from it over the last 3 months. He's picked up 5 new sponsors for that car, which is absolutely awesome, and fair play to him. That's the kind of support that he wants and needs, and that's exactly what Gymkhana is trying to promote, giving new drivers a platform to really promote themselves, get loads of exposure and get those sponsors on board that are going to help them be competitive in the future of this style of racing. So Apo just slightly behind there in the white car, as you can see, as Danny Cross heads into the 2nd lap of that final double donut and into the finish line. There you go, 104 and 102, both very, very fast times.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's faster than either of them were pulling out in the qualification.
Yeah.
So, you know, now it's getting darker. So, 2 things are going to be happening. The ground temperature is going to be dropping, which means things are potentially going to be a bit more slippery. But also, the cooler air means that the engines are running better. They're cooler. And also, there's more oxygen in cooler air, so they're actually combusting better.
Yeah, it's denser air, so they're going to be running richer and cleaner. But as you said, the tarmac being colder, that could be firm. So we'll see what the perfect scenario is. We'll see what the perfect storm is, because it is getting colder out there. As look at that, Danny Cross, nice job. Now bringing it around the triple stack tower of barrels. Nice job around the Ballard.
Now, interesting fact, Danny Cross actually shared a drift car with Shane Lynch when he was at school.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they used to race together and take it in turns driving the same car. So Danny Cross is here. He went up to Denmark in the qualification for Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet, and he took the win in Denmark, and that is why he is here today.
Fairly neck and neck are the guys. About a 2-second departure from one another after the first run. Where will they land now? Oh, look at that. You see Danny just barely getting to the spool first.
Okay. Remember, this is going to decide who is going to go head-to-head against Adam Elder in the next round. That was very tight.
103, 104. Taking a look. We're taking a look at the official. And boom, Danny Cross. Danny Cross gets the victory, taking out Apo.
Okay, it's going to be a very interesting semi-final then, when we have a Danny Cross versus Adam Elder.
That should be fun.
That's going to be
a good one.
So next up, Croatian Crusher. I'm going to get my flag ready. You had the pronunciation better.
Marko Paljan, and that of Anastos Chakas.
Anastasios Hakas.
Anastasios Harkas.
Anastasios Hakas.
All right. Anastasios Harkas. And there is the BMW, that of Marko Paljan and Anastasio.
Yeah, he's been taking this very seriously, the Croatian Crusher.
Well, these great-looking BMWs. There he is, thumbs up, he's psyched. Anastasios, BMW taking off, launching is Anastasios. Can the Croatian Crusher fight back to this local Greek driver?
Okay, so let's take a little look at Marco. It should be an absolute masterclass in driving, talking through this course. Just the intricacy and the details of him describing the best way to get around this course was phenomenal. It just showed me how much focus he has, and he knows exactly what he has to do. And look at the front wheels, barely moving those front wheels. Jay, he'll turn in, handbrake, and the front wheels barely move off parallel to the rear, and that is when a car is traveling its very, very fastest. So two BMWs, one going head-to-head against each other.
I think this is where it really flourishes. That double donut.
Yeah, let's see. Mind you, both here looking very good, but going a little bit wide there.
No, and I was talking about Marco, and unfortunately it seems that it cursed him. So
well, he did have a really delayed start. I mean, he let that guy go for a good.
Yeah, 0.6.
104, 104.
Just over half a second.
Wow.
Yeah, he did have that delayed start, so he used a bit of strategy there.
Yeah, that was interesting because it was a really delayed start, but the finish, I thought that he'd made up a lot of time there. I'm surprised that was so close.
Yeah. All right, so just about a half second separate them, and Anastasios has that advantage, as well as now he's going to track one.
Okay, look how slow Marco is out the gates. He's the guy who's not about horsepower. He was saying that his gearbox when he came into this was just the wrong kind of gearbox. He was hitting the limiter in first, putting himself into second. He was losing a lot of time, so he's found a new differential, and he put that in this morning. And it's the first time he's driven with a welded differential, and he said it's absolutely perfect, and he should be able to shave time off his qualifying times. So if anything, he should be quite a bit faster. But he is lacking the power, and that sprint start, he was quite a bit behind, and this is where he really has to make up for that time. And he's the guy that's saying, don't spin your wheels, and you can see we're on him now. Don't spin those wheels, get to where you want to go, don't light them up. And this is where it's going to be. It's going to be all on this last turn. Look,
we're going to be
almost
splitting
neck and
hairs.
neck.
We are going to be splitting hairs here.
Okay.
Look at Marco gaining some ground on Anastasios.
Okay.
Can the local Greek driver take down the Croatian Crusher?
That is going to be so close. Look at that.
Oh.
Track 2 is faster. Marco is staying in it by, I don't think there's even a second in it.
Yeah, let's take a look.
But potentially penalties. Let's take a look.
And Marco, the Croatian Crusher, gets the victory. Fly the flag there,
fly
bud.
the flag. Okay, if we can cut
Fly
to the studio.
Flag. There it is. Thumbs up for the Croatian Crusher.
I don't know if we're going to get a second look at Croatian Crusher. His girlfriend designed this after Gerard came up with the name Croatian Crusher. His girlfriend has made this flag that I'm flying. No, they're bored of it. They're like, Okay, and
show flag. There it is, Croatian Crusher.
And this,
Here's
this
the flag.
Did you hear what he said about the cap?
Yeah, what was the inspiration?
It was
it's British. It's very British, and his favorite driver. His favorite driver wears one.
There you go.
So there it is. The Croatian Crusher lives to see another day. Unfortunately for Anastasios, he is knocked out. So Anastasios is knocked out, and the Croatian Crusher lives to see another day.
You know, he's still got speakers in the parcel shelf of that car.
Really?
Yeah, that's his take on weight saving. If I'm playing ZZ Top, I'm lighter. From the horse's mouth, I swear.
Oh, also the inspiration about the cap was he loves AC/DC.
That's the one. That was the reference.
Or excuse me, Santos.
Santos.
Christos against Luke Woodham. Now Woodham there in that first course, course 1. Bringing it around. Again, 2-time defending GRC champion.
Yeah, he's got his work out this year.
Gymkhana GRiD champion.
Yeah, he had a number on his back. He was definitely a marked man. He was the one to beat.
Luke Woodham around the boat.
You know, Adam Elder, he said he was unlucky with his DNF in the semi-finals last year. He said had he got through, he would have won it.
Right.
He was that confident in his driving.
Well, he might have that chance here. Oh, and Woodham around the spool.
I was just hearing the rev limiter bouncing.
Yeah.
Out of this spool on that BMW. See, these guys don't want to change gear. There's so much to do in that car. You've obviously got your foot pedals, you're trying to pull the handbrake, you're trying to change gear, you're trying to drop the clutch smoothly, and it all becomes too much. Everyone's trying to stay as much as they can in the same gear. A lot of guys getting up to third in the long straights, but predominantly in first gear. And if you're hitting the limiter for a few seconds around one of the corners, then that is actually better than changing up to second and then braking and coming down to first. It's actually better just to hit the limiter. You're losing a little bit of time, but much less time than you would lose if you were to try and change gear.
All right, so Woodham with the advantage. Here we go. Nice job. Looks like he has the jump on the BMW. Yeah, really struggling there. It looks like he might be broken.
Broken, or has he got lost?
He is. No, he's crawling through the cores.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
You know, Gymkhana really does take its toll. Some people were, you know, really being self-confessed a little bit silly at that procession. And yeah, people were doing damage to their cars. Raku actually melted his clutch. It wasn't it was actually the plate of the clutch that melted because he was just like dumping it just to give a bit of a show.
Yeah, Dimitri broke a drive shaft.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I think he's replaced all 4.
Yep.
Did that this morning. And I think there were 3 Subarus today that broke drive shafts.
Well, there is 105, 108, very clear, and that will be a red flag. That'll be a DNF. So that should mean that Woodham will get the victory.
There you go. So Luke Woodham qualified in 2nd place. He's going through into the semi-final. We have narrowed our rear-wheel drive down to the top 4. We're going to have Adam Elder versus Danny Cross. That's going to be very fast. We're going to have Marco Palian going up against Luke Woodham. So actually, from qualification, we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. So everything was set in stone.
And there's a look at the bracket breakdown. Rear-wheel drive marathon Greece. You can see semifinal 1, Adam Elder versus Danny Cross, and Marco Palian, the Croatian crusher, versus Luke Woodham. Yeah, as you said, 1, 2, 3, and 4. For qualifying drivers, proof is in the pudding. Consistency is key.
So some exciting racing here in the all-wheel drive category. We have got the grade 8. We're going to be narrowing that down into our top 4 semi-final for all-wheel drive here at Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet in Athens, Greece. So back into the start gate.
All right, so we are going straight into it. Adam Elder versus Danny Cross.
We're going straight into the semi-finals.
I like this. I'm psyched.
I figured we're going.
Yeah. I thought we'd go back to rear-wheel drive. But no, these guys are hot, heavy, ready to put it down.
I guess the heat's in the tires. Let's put them to good use. Let's not let them cool off. So it's Adam Elder versus Danny Cross. Adam qualified in 1st place, as I say, with the 2 best combined times. Both of the top 2 times combined were both his. He is the #1 seeded driver here. He came 3rd last year, and he really has got something to prove now this year. But of course, Danny Cross is not going to let him get away with it easily. He has got that awesome vehicle there, the S14, 350 horsepower, 350 pounds of torque. He won in Denmark. He knows what it takes. This is the guy that's picked up new sponsors. He really wants to impress them here.
And Danny Cross, he hits the asterisk. He hits the cone obstacle. He knocks it off of its axis. That'll be a 2-second penalty. That could hurt him, and that could help Elder.
Absolutely. And Elder, as we know, is super consistent. He proved that in his qualifying rounds. And I think if you're going to take 2 seconds off, you're just putting yourself further and further off the time. It would have been close. I think Adam Elder would have taken it anyway, but with that penalty, he's got no hope.
Yeah. So Elder brings it into the finish box. Penalties will be assessed.
Wow.
There you see a 102 and a 104. So 102 with Elder's run, as well as Danny Cross 104, and that 2-second penalty. We'll take a look at it again. Here's Danny coming in, and watch right here. James, you see him just move it, push it around. Yeah, that's a big no-no and a big bummer for Danny Cross, but Elder's psyched. He's got a little more room, a little more breathing room.
Well, 102 equals the fastest time we have had on this course yet for rear-wheel drive.
Yeah. So that's clean. That's showing you that Elder is a man possessed.
So
yeah, so here we go. The second half of this battle. Who's going to the finals? Who is going to the finals? Now we will have a third place battle as well. But right now, Danny Cross sitting on that disadvantage.
This is actually a perfect rematch from last year, because these two were actually in the semi-finals last year head-to-head, and it was Adam Elder who got lost.
Yep.
DNF. And it was Danny Cross who went on to take his second place. So this really is the rematch, and I think Adam's saying, right, you did me last year, it was my fault, now I'm going to show you really how I can drive. And I'm all for it, man. Like, I'm all for him. He's a humble guy. You know, he's confident, but he's still humble. He's won the Scottish Series this year. He's won all sorts of barrel sprints as well. And this is his race. Oh, look how evenly matched they are here, blow for blow. This is synchronized driving. If it wasn't for that 2-second penalty in the first race, then it would have been a very different story.
Well done. Look at that. 0.7 seconds off of each other. And Elder looks like he'll be taking it home. Let's make it official. As Elder now. Elder advances on. Adam Elder will get the victory, and he goes to the finals. So Adam Elder advances on to the finals. And there's the thumbs up from Elder. You can see absolutely elated, some redemption for him from last year to this year. But it's Adam Elder going to the finals. And that means Danny Cross will go for the third place battle. You can see the hypnotic Ken Block back there, the big face, just omnipresence there. And here we go, Luke Woodham. Luke Woodham pulling to the line, as is the Croatian crusher, Marko Palajan. So Luke Woodham, a well-balanced S14, and here we go. Who's going to the finals to go against Elder? About neck and neck visually. Oh, and Marko overcooks it. The Croatian crusher comes to a halt. And unfortunately overcooks it.
I can't believe it. I'm absolutely devastated for him. It's a free pass for Luke Woodham. Oh man, Marko's just been like, he's really been embracing Gymkhana GRiD, you know, and one of the coolest things that I've seen so far this weekend is Marko chatting to Petter Solberg, and he's like, I'll get you some tyres. And Marko gave him some tyres. They were some unpronounceable brand name. But the camaraderie there and just getting into the spirit of it, this guy really does shine. And if that's the end of it for him, then I'm quite sad to see that. But to get this far in it, you know, he's guaranteed a fourth place.
Hey, it's not over yet. It's not, I mean, yes, he's going against one of the best in the biz, Luke Woodham, but it is not over. We saw Petter Solberg stall. I mean, yes, he salvaged it, but it's not over just yet as Luke Woodham comes to a halt. This is only 1/2 of this battle between these two gentlemen. So 103 and a 109. Very fast time from Luke Woodham.
So 6 seconds to make up for Marko.
And that's where the 6 seconds was definitely contributed to the loss.
He's going to be absolutely kicking himself. I mean, potentially the pressure. It's really the first mistake we've seen him make all weekend, all the way through qualification, all the way through practice. He's yet to even touch a cone, I don't think. So it's unfortunate that it's happened here in the semi-finals. He's made it through this far yet again. But as you say, it's not over yet.
But Woodham's thinking it is. The way Woodham's driving, looks like he is, his eyes are on the prize, or at least going for the prize fight. So Woodham brings it through the second sweeper. Man, just keeps it really tight.
Yeah, actually really impressive driving there from Luke. The way he got that 90-degree turn, the car just rolled through the corner, no loss of traction, and powers forward. It's a real masterclass in drift driving and handling a drift car that's designed to really light the back tires, and it's designed to drift. You know, that back end's meant to be way out there, and the way he can control it, the way he's doing here, is really, really impressive.
Remember, we've seen some mistakes here on the spool. Marco actually ahead.
I think he just wants to prove that he could have done it.
Oh, great execution by Marco. But unfortunately, that mistake on that first run, look at that, 0.3 second difference, a 0.3 second difference there, and Marco had it. Marco, I mean, wow. But you know what? Woodham wanted it more, and unfortunately, Marco, it didn't go his way.
Well, there's still a chance for him to get a trophy. Adam Elder or Danny Cross will be going through into the battle for third place. And you know what? Nothing against the other guys. I'd just like to see Marco get a trophy. I think that would be very cool. But time will tell as we move through into the grand final.
Which weapon would he get?
He would be getting he'd be getting the big old dagger.
The big old knife.
Well, luckily he's one of the guys who's driving home. So yeah, not too many customs.
Yeah. All right, so they're saying, Marco, just pull up to the line, bud. This is your third place battle. We'll get Danny Cross up here.
Go straight in.
Yeah, going straight in, man. Here we go. So it is Cross versus Marco for third place, the final podium spot. And the finals are set, as you can see. It's Elder versus Woodham.
So Danny Cross qualified in fourth place. Are we just going to see exactly the qualification lineup?
Oh, wow.
Replicated on the podium. Danny Cross was fourth. Marco was third in qualification. We're going to see.
Yeah, as you said, Elder number one. Luke qualified second. Marco qualified third. Danny Cross qualified fourth, as we are waiting for Mr. Cross. Well, James, it's been fun. We're still continuing. We still have the all-wheel drive. We have the hero battle.
Yeah.
So Andreas will be seeing the track again. He lost in the 16.
Yep.
But the Escort Mark II will be back out on the track.
Yeah.
I mean, the way Andreas was driving earlier, man, I don't know if he could take out any four of these guys, any one of these four.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You know, he got taken out quite early on in that hero car, but you know, it's all about the story, and to race against that Mark I Escort, Mark II Escort, beg your pardon, that is a story to tell your grandkids, and that's what it's all about in the hero battle.
Beg your pardon. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
he's flying the Croatian Crusher flag.
We're still rooting for him.
It's a terrible angle of me. I just feel like my head is huge. I'm just such a big dude.
You're just really close to the camera.
Yeah, I know.
And I've got a very small head. I went out for a ride with Riku Taku, and they were like, "What size is your head?" I'm like, "I think it's like a 56 centimeter. This is like extra small." Like yeah. I got like a bowling ball to go.
I got him a thimble, and he was safe. We just put a little twine. He was like Stuart Little. He's a little mouse riding along with Riku Taco.
It was
thank
fun.
You for what's that?
They're going out for a ride on that course was amazing.
Yeah.
I've never been in a full spec rally car like that before. The acceleration was absolutely insane. I mean, for me, an amazing experience to come out here to GRiD, but also
look
to
at Marco
sit in.
jamming.
Is he? Yeah, I told you he
Oh, he's having a blast. Like you said, it's easy
not
not
bit of
to love him.
roses.
Yeah. If it was AC/DC, if we could get the message to the DJ to play AC/DC, I think he would lose his dang mind.
Yeah, sorry, we were trying to remember what the reference for the hat was on the picture of his signature T-shirt, and that was the reference to the guitarist from AC/DC. It's the schoolboy cap.
Yeah.
He's also got a pretty good view. You know, we've got the GRiD girl out there, one of the monster girls. Okay, so Danny Cross has actually called 5-minute rule. So check
why
this
not
out.
get more Terry Grant?
Hell, he was just like waiting there like a coiled spring ready to go. So Terry Grant giving us a bit of a show. Now he's a man who is invited down here to entertain the crowds. He's got 23 world records. He did a 7-story loop-the-loop in a Jaguar for one of his stunts. That put him in the Guinness World Record books. Numerous Guinness World Records.
Watch this thing do donuts.
Check this out. Oh my word, how fast.
Oh, I just puked. I just puked in my mouth.
The crowd's absolutely lapping it up. So I think actually the story goes, everyone amongst the organisers were asking him to compete. And he was like, nah, it's not my bag. As soon as he got here, saw the lineup, saw the paddock, saw the course, and he went for it. And fair play to him, man. He said it himself. He's going to be back next year already, but he's going to bring a car that is better suited to it. So this has actually been converted. It's a Suzuki Swift front-wheel drive family car, small engine. It's got a Mitsubishi Evo engine in there, 300 horsepower, and he's converted it to all-wheel drive. It used to have rear-wheel steering as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. So as we are getting prepped, as you said, a competition timeout, a 5-minute call from Danny Cross. Terry Grant entertaining the crowd, but right now Colby is with Adam Elder, who's advancing to the finals against Woodham.
Right. Well, maybe the most stoked guy that I've seen this entire weekend. You got to be happy you're going to the finals. Tell me about it.
Oh yeah, there. I'm very, very happy. Very good.
Yeah. And how did your second run go? It was a little bit slower.
Yeah, second run was slower. The right hand is a little bit slower altogether. So quite pleased to be keeping up with the left hand side. So yeah.
Do you have any adjustments that you're going to make for the finals?
No, I don't make any adjustments to my car for the last 2 years.
No adjustments at all.
Only tyre pressures. That'll be it.
Cool. And you have a strategy or anything, or just?
I've got nothing to lose now, so I'm just going to go hard and fast.
Awesome. Great. Well, good luck, man. I can't wait to watch it. Back to you guys.
All right. Well, thank you, Colby. And, yeah, good luck to you, Adam, as you have to go against Woodham. There's $5 grand on the line because second place, let's call it what it is, like a no fear T-shirt. First place loser, you are going to be out of $5 grand. You will have a sweet trophy. The second place trophy is the hammer on a chain, which that is the crazy. I mean, I don't want to say the craziest weapon we have up here because the spark plug mace.
I thought you were going to say me.
Oh, and yeah, the craziest weapon is James Thorney. James Thorne. Don't forget the E. Or is it T-horn?
Thorny.
James. I like T-horn.
We'll go with Thorny. Yeah, here is the giant checks. We've got the giant checks right behind us, 5,000 euros.
You need a big wallet. You need a big wallet for big checks. Smashing.
I'm stoked on the Petter Solberg tire in here.
Actually. Okay, you can take it, man.
Can I?
I don't see
I don't
why
know if
not.
that'll fit in my hand luggage. Maybe I'll wear it around my waist and get some fat pants.
Yeah.
Literally,
all right, so our third place consolation battle is here, and that is Danny Cross, and he is going against Marko, the Croatian crusher. So Danny Cross had a critical mistake in that last battle against Adam Elder, and Elder is feeling the flow right now.
Yeah, and Marko had that really bad mistake in the last round as well, so, you know.
Just shows you the tolerances that these guys are driving, the level of just finite detail and no mistakes.
You know, the one thing that I really felt going out with Raku was how much is going on, and it actually was before I had a time to learn what the track was, where you had to go. So I was completely sat in there, and everything that came at me was a surprise, and it really hit home how fast-paced it is, how quick you have to think, the gear changing, the handbrake, the pedals, dropping the clutch. There's so much going on, and you have to concentrate on this course. You have to get around it as quickly as you can. You have to navigate it, and then you have to swap sides and do it in reverse. It really is a mind game. You have to really, it's just a real test of how good a driver you are.
You keep the calm with the Rico taco.
He is calm.
You keep the Rico. he's a really. We hung out a few nights here in Greece and had some drinks and had some food and had a lot of laughs. So it is always the Taco Tuesday with the Rico taco.
It's nice that he's got his whole family out here with him as well.
Yep. Taco mom and taco dad.
His dad's actually the only one that couldn't make it. He's got his uncle and like the rest of close family as well. So we're off and underway. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th place. It is Danny Cross on lane number 1. We have Marco on lane number 2. And this is the battle for 3rd place. There is a trophy up for grabs, and it is an absolutely amazing looking thing, a bespoke piece of artwork. Is Marco, you know what? I think Marco's going to be kicking himself so hard that, in fact, are they going even head to head here?
Oh my goodness, yeah, Marco is way behind.
Yeah.
He did have a slight delay from the start. The clock is what counts.
Wow, I mean, was it that much of a delay?
No, it was not. There was I had eyes on Danny Cross as we are seeing Danny into the 1st and now the 2nd cyclone turn. And you can see Marco trying to catch up, but I think there is just not enough track. And Danny Cross is flawless right now. And there goes Danny into the finish square.
He's rolled in there.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
But there's no timing trigger. He needs to roll forward, or?
What was going on there? So Danny's clock did stop.
Okay.
So 106. That was interesting. And okay, so it's still going for Marco.
Okay, potential timing troubles there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. They'll either make an official decision giving him his time, or potentially we'll have to have a rerun, which would work in Marco's favor, because by the looks of things, he was a little bit behind there. Okay, so we move on to the mirrored race. They've swapped sides.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. So
Exactly
we've had
3 seconds.
There was a time, and it was 3 seconds slower. So he's got 3 seconds to make up here. Marco qualified 3rd, Danny qualified 4th. So really, it should be the other way around going into this 2nd battle.
All right, so here we go. Marco in lane 1. Marco in lane 1. Danny Cross in lane 2. And look at that, a big delay there from Marco once again.
Yeah, look at the difference here. I mean, that's the difference in 100 horsepower between those two cars. Danny Cross is really packing a lot of torque in that car.
Yeah, and will that pay off?
So it's Marco giving Danny a bit of a head start to try and follow.
Check. All right, so as Danny Cross continues through the course.
Matched. So here, almost blow for blow, but Marco needs 3 seconds to pick up on, and I don't think it's doable unless there's a big mistake here from Cross, and I just can't see that happening. One last big sweep.
All right, so we are taking a look taking a look at that 3rd place, and Danny Cross gets the victory. Danny Cross grabs 3rd place.
And Marco, unfortunately, once again, twice the bridesmaid, never the bride. That is a shame.
And Danny Cross, thankfully it didn't end up, as you said, ending in the qualifying order, as Danny Cross qualified 4th, but he takes it 1 spot higher. And there is the all-wheel drive top 16. You can see Petter Solberg versus James Steven, Panos Kirkos, Renes Nitas, Liam Doran versus Jonathan Buck, and it's a redo. Dimitri Shribny versus Ken Block.
I wondered if it's going to happen. Here we go. Okay, that's going to be an exciting race.
This is going to be an exciting race.
Yeah.
Better Solberg.
Let's pick a race that's not going to be exciting. I don't think there is one. This is an action-packed field.
Look, he grew a cape. James Steven grabbing the Scottish flag. It's on the badge. It's on the window. So why not? It's a bit of almost like a Scottish mullet. Looks like a mullet kind of on the car. It's got the party in the back, the Scottish flag waving. But
I think matching helmet as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. Petter Solberg, Citroen Zara, 360 horsepower, FIA World Rally champion twice. He's got 460 stage wins. He's going up against James Stevens. He's in that Subaru. He's got 680 pounds of foot torque in there, so almost twice as powerful as Petter's car. It also only weighs 1 ton, 1,000 kilograms. It's an A&J Motorsport build. They're based up in Scotland. This is going to be an interesting race. I mean, Petter so fast. He qualified in first, but look at the launch James has got on Petter. He was out that start gate so much quicker, and don't tell me that Petter was waiting for him to give him an advantage so that he was chasing the whole way. That was those two really giving it out of the start gate.
Don't count on James just yet, because Petter, he wasn't keeping a real tidy line there. And look at that, James is actually ahead of Petter Solberg. Yes, Petter did have a delayed start, but Petter is not keeping the exact, the properest line.
Maybe he's feeling the pressure a little bit. He did say earlier in his interview that he was feeling the nerves.
And James Steven knocks over one of the Cyclone center barrels.
Oh, that is devastating.
Yeah.
Oh, for James, he was doing so well. He was doing so well. That is really upsetting.
Oh, what a bummer for James.
Because it was close. Look at that. Oh! That is the fastest time we have seen, and pushing each other.
And that was on track 2. That wasn't even on track 1, which is a slower track.
Wow.
So right here, this is where the penalty goes down. James.
Oh, what a shame.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, he just was too tight. If anything, most people are getting too loose. He's getting too tight. Yeah, I feel bad for James, man. Do you know, he qualified in 8th place, and he would have been higher up the rankings because in his first run of qualification, he forgot to turn on his anti-lag, so his turbo was dropping down. He got really bogged down in one of the corners, couldn't give it any power, and actually bumped the front end. Took a little bit of damage to that car, which he's quite upset about. But it also meant that the second run for qualification had to be a safety run. It had to be a safe run on his second. So actually, he would have been further up the rankings. Potentially, he would have gone against an easier component. But he's working his heart out here. He's giving it absolutely everything he's got against one of the world's most experienced and most highly decorated drivers. So Petter pulling ahead here once again. He was the one to watch from the very beginning, and here in the Grade 8. The first battle. One's going to go through to semi-final. So it looks like a clean run here as Petter comes all the way through.
And Petter brings it in.
So that's the 2 second added to his first.
Yeah, that's...
And unfortunately, saying goodbye to James.
Another one under a minute. That's under 2 minutes collectively. Petter Solberg is the man to watch right now.
Yeah, you asked the question earlier, is it going to be possible for anyone to pull a sub 2 minute?
Boom. Sub 2 minute collective effort and
2
Petter
minute
Solberg.
combined, and that just happened. Okay, Petter Solberg qualified in first place. Now really shows us what he's made of. Look.
Wow. Petter feeling the flow right now, man. Feeling the flow, feeling the vibe. All right, so James Steven.
Yeah. leaving us for the final time with that A&J Motorsport build.
And our next battle is that of Kirkos, who is our highest qualifying Greek driver. He is in it still, but he is going against Latvian's own Renis Nitis in that Evo. So an all Evo battle. Renis Nitis and Panos Kirkos. There is Kirkos in his Evo, and here comes Nitis. You can see Kirkos ready. Two great looking cars. Evos launching. Here comes Nitis. A huge delay there from Renis. All right, into this first sweeping turn. Now remember, they do not need to initiate like the rear-wheel drive vehicles. Nice execution there from Kirkos. So, and a big barrel knocked over, regardless of size. It's a penalty. That's 2 seconds added to the highest finishing Greek driver right now. That is Kirkos.
Yeah, that is the shame. I wonder whether he felt like he had the jump there. He was given a head start. That 2 second going to be pretty painful. But he's not getting. Oh my! That was so close. Renis almost losing his back end in the double cyclone. Wow, it just shows how much he was giving it there.
And look at that.
Look at that, Scott.
Yeah, 1 minute for Kirkos, and a 1:04 for Renis. But you have to take into consideration that 2 seconds. And right there you can see Kirkos hitting the big double stack barrel.
So Panos, he does favor that lane 1. His fastest time for lane 2 so far has been a 1:04. He has just matched his best time on lane 1, which is the 1 minute. So loving the sound of the anti-lag there with unburnt fuel blasting through into the exhaust pipes, keeping that turbocharger rolling. So some great agility from both of these drivers. I'll say something we're really watching out for here, especially, is how much turn there are on those front tires. And Renis keeping things really, really straight and narrow here. Look at the front wheels barely turning. And you can see using those brakes. I don't know if he's running out of pads, but sparks should not be flying out of those front wheels like that. As I say, there is a mistake from Panos. Okay, so
that's gonna hurt, man. That's a big blow.
That's cursed to this side of the track.
Look how fast he is, but just those mistakes.
Yep.
102 and 103, that's the deal breaker. So Renis does end up being faster, and you throw that 2 seconds at it. Let's see, where are we at? It's not official till we assess the penalties on both sides. And there it is. Renis Nitis gets the victory, taking out Panos. So, congratulations to Renis Nitis, but also congratulations to that of Panos, as he is the highest finishing Greek driver.
And one of the fastest times out there as well. He's got a 1 minute flat, and that's something he should certainly be proud of going home with.
You can see the Monster Girls holding the green flags, getting them going. So next up, Liam Doran versus Jonathan Buck. And seeing Jonathan Buck earlier, I was definitely impressed. He had a 1 minute time, and you know, that's about what Liam Doran had as well. So I think this should be a fairly equally matched battle between this Subaru of Buck and Liam Doran in Doran in his Citroen. Liam warming up his tires. Really well done. The green LED lights are on the front end of his Citroen.
So I mentioned it before, the SRC, that's Scooby Clinic Racing. They are the tuners responsible for that world record breaking car that did a quarter mile in 8.83 seconds.
Wow. All right.
And that's the fastest all-wheel drive vehicle with an H-pattern gear stick, and it's putting testament there. The speed that thing can launch at. Absolutely beautiful. There's plans already to strip that car back, respray and bring it back for next year. He's in line for a rebuild. So
take a look at Liam Doran, the way he launched off the line. He got a delayed start, but remember, time does not start until he breaks the beam. So Liam Doran gaining some ground here against Buck. Maybe some mental strategy being put into test here.
Yeah, I think they all want to chase. It's like in the velodrome when you have the head-to-head sprint. They're just eyeing each other up in the style game. When one guy goes, the other guy has to. But yeah, Liam Doran, his car is so special. You know, that is a one-of-a-kind vehicle. It's absolutely beautiful. There's so much carbon fiber on there.
Liam kills this. Look at this.
Look at the smoke and look at the angle he's at. He's almost facing directly at that obstacle.
Now remember, Liam started quite a bit back, so there you go. Liam with a 1 minute flat, 1:03 from Buck. So it paid off there for Liam Doran. 3-second advantage over Buck. Remember, this is just advancing into the final four. This is not just yet the semifinals and finals. Liam Doran moving over to lane 1, Buck in lane 2. See, there's that delayed launch again, the Citroen DS3.
Wow, it's so quick off the mark as well. I was picking up the Subaru, but that Citroen is absolutely ferocious. So Liam Doran, 3-time X Games medalist for Rallycross. Jonathan Buck, more of a barrel sprint guy. This is his specific style of event. So interesting, bringing those two different styles of driver, both specialize in very different styles of racing, and bringing them both. Oh, a mistake there from Buck. It looked like he almost got a little bit lost. He was a bit unsure about where to go. He still made his way around properly. And again, look, Jonathan almost giving it too much. It looks a little bit like he was getting lost, but I don't know if he's just getting a little bit too heated in the moment, giving it too much gas, and it's sending him too wide.
Liam just smoking him up on the straightaway. Like, here's where he goes into these well-executed donuts around the oh, and Buck parks it.
I mean, that's the third mistake we've seen. Do you think that's the pressure?
100%.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, he's seeing the smoke. He's seeing Liam Doran. He knows who he is. And Buck, unfortunately, he only went around once. He knew it was over when he parked it and he saw Liam. He saw the finish line and he saw Liam was across it first. So that's going to be all she wrote, unfortunately, for Jonathan Buck. That means Liam Doran will advance on to the final four to go against one of the next drivers, which should be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, so we've got the rematch of the hero battle. So a quick replay there of Jonathan kissing his nose against that cotton reel. He did well. I mean, to be fair, Liam Doran is he's a big competitor, and he's done well. He's done well, and he's pushed himself to the absolute limit and beyond, and that's just what's happened.
Yeah,
So
you said it.
Liam is going to be going up against the winner of this next round, which is the rematch. When Jared and I first arrived, we had breakfast, we sat down and we were just chatting about it, and yeah, talking about, you know, what's going to be happening, and we asked him about that Shrivny hero battle, and we were like, you know, you bought a different car this year. He was like, yeah, I'm not getting beaten by a Subaru. And I was like, okay, man,
all right, moving on.
It was the hero battle. Ken was supposed to win it, and he didn't, and he was, yeah, still a little bit of a bitter taste in his mouth. Fair play, though, you know, like cars designed for different things. Driver specializes in different different areas.
Different disciplines.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very exciting race right here. Who's going to progress through to the semi-finals? So, Dmitry Shrivny, he's also racing in the Scooby Clinic racing team, who've got 30 years of specialism in tuning. They're going up against Ken Block, who's basically got an unlimited budget, thanks to Monster.
Yeah,
to a certain extent.
Let's not get crazy now.
Okay. You know, well, he's got a big budget. You know, he can build what he wants. He says, okay, I've got a vision. I want to build an 800 horsepower all-wheel drive
Ford
car.
Mustang.
Yeah, and you're like, okay, cool, let's make it happen. So, you know, there's a little bit of David life, but Dmitry won it last year, won the hero battle. Do you know what? Qualifying in 10th place surprises me. It surprised me that he's come so far down the standings there and has met Ken this early on. But Dmitry is 5-time barrel sprint champion. He's based in the UK. So, you know, this is his.
Let's go.
Okay, we've got it.
Here we go. Ken Block, Dmitry Shrivny.
Okay, already. Dmitry out faster.
Ken Block in that first turn, in that first lane, excuse me, as Dmitry Shrivny wraps around the triple stack barrels, as does Ken. So Ken Block around the bollard.
It was nice that they set off at the same time. There was no game there. Looks like Ken has slightly got the lead on him as they go round the Sputnik.
Nice, the Sputnik. I haven't heard you use that term yet. All
okay,
right, so
into
now
the crates. This is a real straight line now. Straight line up into second gear for Shrivny. He went up to second gear at that point, and it's such a oh no, he's lost.
Oh, Shrivny.
Dmitry's got lost.
Dead in the water is Dmitry.
You are kidding me. It's
so
not.
Ken Block continues on his pace, and Dmitry falls flat on his face.
It's not a red flag, but he did get lost, and that's going to have cost him dinner, but look, still quite close. Unless this is Ken's last lap. It is, yeah, it was last lap.
So Ken throws down a time, 59.25.
Wow.
We are sub, that is another sub 1 minute run. So now Ken Block alternating locations.
You know, last year, I mean, put yourself in his shoes. Last year, okay, let's just take a quick second look. Here's Dmitry's mistake, so he comes out of the boat and then, where am I? He's looking left to right, he's checking the way's clear, there's no kids crossing, and foot black down.
Bummer.
So psychology from last year, he's won the competition, then he goes up against the hero, pressure's off. This year, he's got to battle him in competition, and it's a whole different ball game. That is pure pressure that has got to Dmitry there.
Yes, sir. All right, so that is a big deficit there for Dmitry. Ken Block, he's going to navigate the course, keep it clean, don't hit any obstacles, and he should get the advancement as the fire goes off here. And there they are around the asterisks. And past the pallet wall, nice and tight is Block.
You can hear there Ken staying in first gear, riding it all the way up to the limiter. That's where Dmitry needs that second gear. We've talked about it a lot. We've talked about people shifting up gears. That's going to cost you a lot of time. The fact that you're lifting off the throttle to put down the clutch and back and forth, killing your time. So sticking in one gear, hitting the rev limiter for a little bit slows you down maybe, but in the long run, it's going to pay dividend. And look at that, Ken Block just coming in, just slightly in front of Dmitry. 101, 101. Great times from both these guys. Oh, and Dmitry has clipped that final obstacle. There was so much smoke lifting there. So also a penalty for Dimitri, and the flag goes up. Ken Block is progressing through. Last year's winner in all-wheel drive has been taken out. Here's the replay. That is a big hit.
That's the second time he's done that this weekend, so unfortunately for Dimitri, that is a wrap. Ken Block advances to the Final Four with some sub 1 minute runs. He's feeling pretty confident there behind the wheel of his Ford Fiesta RX-43.
So how about this for a direct comparison with what happened in the rear-wheel drive? We have qualifier 1, Petter. We've got qualifier 2, Ken Block, qualifier 3, Liam Doran, and 4, Rinus Nittas. So it's the top 4 qualifiers who are meeting here now in the semi-finals.
All right, so the semi-finals are set, and we will be seeing Petter Solberg versus Rinus Nittas and Liam Doran versus Ken Block.
If you were a gambling man?
If I were a gambling man, out of Petter, and I'm going to say Liam is really, it's going to be close between Liam and Block, but I think Glenn will come out on top.
Do you think? Okay.
I don't know, man. I you know, they're both my friends. They both have a fierce Monster Energy vehicles. Knowing and understanding their driving styles, I think, unfortunately for Liam, he might hit an obstacle. I think he knows what's at stake, and he is the epitome of no risk it, no biscuit. He is just that hence the name the British bomb, man. Do you think he learned that or got that nickname by just sipping tea?
Yeah, no, his driving style is a reflection of his personality, and he's pretty
loud,
gutsy.
wild. But a talented driver, as we've seen. And here is Petter Solberg, Rinus Nittas, two rallycross competitors, two rally competitors, in two very capable vehicles, both on tarmac and on dirt, but right now it's just all about tarmac. Rinus Nittas from Latvia in the Mitsubishi Evo. And look at that, FIA World Champion, NBD, no big deal.
Yep. Well, I don't know if you've been up to scratch, but Petter Solberg has won FIA World Rallycross twice, 2 years running. This year in Norway, he came out of the Joker lap and he just plowed, like no cares given, plowed into his competitor who he knocked off the course, and he got a DNF. He lost all of his points for that round. He was leading the series, and I think he probably would have won it for a 3rd year straight. Currently sat in 2nd. He's got one more in Argentina that he's got to go to, and he's hoping he's going to take 2nd. So here he is to prove himself still a winner, and he's out to win. He wants to win everything he possibly can now that he knows that he's lost his title in World Rallycross.
Well, you know, the murmurs among the pit were, you know, coming in yesterday and the day before in practice, everyone was saying Petter's the guy to beat. Like, just seeing his times, seeing how poised he is, and just the confidence. And it's Petter Solberg.
Yeah. The thing with, there you go.
Sub 1 minute, 59.4.
Living up to his reputation. Potentially, we're going to see another sub 2 minute. He's moving over into the slower lane, as it's known. Oh, we're going to see another sub 2 minute.
Yeah, but I think we are, because he's he's going over to 2. Sorry, but it's been done. It's been done.
So the thing about rally driving is you need the experience. Your first year on the series, it's your first time. You know, you get to do a couple of sighting times through the course, but over the years, you become more and more aware of what corner's coming up, and you get used to it and you learn the courses. This guy with 460 stage wins, he's so experienced, and for him to learn this course must be a piece of cake, because he's had to learn, you know, like miles and miles and miles of countryside tracks.
Right. He doesn't have a navigator with him, though. Usually have your navigator.
A lot of these guys have spotters who are in the grandstands, and they're actually radioing in and telling them where to go. Predominantly, apparently, it's keep it tight, go fast, keep it tight. What else can you say?
I want to keep it loose. I'm just going to throw it out there. Yeah. as we've heard, Petter has gotten lost. He admitted to that. So every dog has its day, or unfortunately every Petter has a bad day.
Yeah, it just goes to show how confusing this course can be.
Look at this. We are fairly equally matched right now. Oh no, sorry, forgot about that. That's 2 go-rounds. That's 2. As Petter brings it home. And there it is, sub 2 minutes.
Oh,
another 59 point. Look at that, 59.44 on his first run and 59.45. That is one thousandth of a second, or one, I don't even know.
Back-to-back sub 2 minutes.
Yeah, hundredths of a second. Look it, gotta love Mr. Hollywood. It says Mr. Hollywood along the backside of his suit, and just living up to it.
If you were to analyze his car, his graphic, his signage, it's not how he is. You know what? If he catches your eyes, he'll smile at you. He'll come over and be like, "Hey," and have a chat. He's never far from a smile.
Excuse me. So Rennes Nithis congratulating that of Petter Solberg. He will wait in the wings as he will go for the 3rd place battle against the loser of this pair. That is Liam Doran and Ken Block. Like I said, on paper, man, Doran has shown some faster, consistent times. But Ken Block just came off of that sub 2 second run. He could put it down. But again, when pressure surmounts, can Liam Doran keep it calm, cool, and collected?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Feedback, interest?
I mean, experience-wise, Ken's got him on that. And I think when it comes to this kind of competition, where the pressure's on, you get one shot, you can't get away with mistakes. And I think Ken has got the maturity to get through this completely clean. And I think he's also got the drive and the will to win this. I think Liam's got a fantastic car. I think these two are very, very evenly matched, and it will come down to driving style. As you say, Liam, I think potentially he could get caught up in the moment. It would be fantastic for him to beat Ken. Look, they're both repping the Monster Claw. Teammates, they know each other well. I just think that the Master might deliver a little lesson here.
Are we going to see an all-monster podium here as well? And also, if Ken ends up winning the event, he can't race himself, so we're going to figure out what goes on there. We might see a rear-wheel drive versus an all-wheel drive. Maybe that would be cool.
Yep.
So some of the rear-wheel drive competitors, such as Adam Elder and Luke Woodham, are putting down near 1 minute times. All right, here we go. Liam Doran, Ken Block.
Okay.
As Liam Doran gets a big jump there.
And Ken has not even started. What is going on here? Someone's running over.
And now that it seems that Ken Block,
Ken's door's open.
Ken's door, Andreas Bakkerud talking to him. What has gone on?
I mean,
so Doran going through the course.
What do you think he's saying? Push me. I need a jump start.
No, he's saying she didn't wave the flag. He's trying to get to Andreas and saying she didn't raise the flag. So I wonder if I don't want to say they'll do a restart, because Doran, I mean, he's running a good time right now.
He must be wondering what's going on. Look at the smoke from his tires. Oh my word, he is fully lit right there. That car is full tilt. And look at this styling round here. All 4 wheels lit up. Green lights coming out the front of that car. How can he see where he's going? That was fast.
I'm wondering what they're going to do with Ken Block here.
Okay, let's take a replay to find out what happened. So one flag goes down.
So yeah, she just put it down, and then the girl on the left, she's about to go back. She almost got hit.
Oh my word! And she's okay. So there's some indecision there. They were both waiting for each other to go. Ken didn't get a clear indication that the course was open and ready for him. So he sat there. So I'm wondering what he's questioning now. I mean, is he going to run on his own? Is he going to ask for a rerun? Because the rules state you can wait in the box. It doesn't start until you've set off the timing trigger. Can he now say?
I would say they just give him a solo run. I mean,
Give him a solo run.
Doran put down his run. I say you give him a solo run, you let him go.
I mean, that makes sense.
I think it's a good compromise, but we're about to find out.
Letting your opponent go first gives you the advantage because you're chasing, you're hunting down, and that's what a lot of people are doing. So, coming from that perspective, could Ken be saying, well, I want someone to race against?
One minute dead. Wow, 1:0:01.
Okay, that's a bit of pressure on Ken. That's pretty much the best time that Ken's put down.
So yeah, it looks like we are getting word that he will do a solo run. So he's got a solo run here. We're gonna watch his independent solo run. He has to beat 1 minute, but remember, this is only the first half. So Ken Block goes out by himself.
Well, I tell you what, this is a great opportunity for us to really focus on Ken and check out his driving style.
So he wraps it around the bollard, into and around that second sweeper, into the asterisk. Well done there, lights it up.
Okay, this is a real tight turn. You want to get those wheels straightened up as quickly as possible. Straight line to around the boat. Again, straighten up, straight here. Try and draw a straight line into that double cyclone.
So wraps it around the second one. Oh, and he does nudge that barrel.
No. Okay, I mean, talking about psychology.
Oh, man.
Sat there in that start gate and being mortified that the flag hasn't been flown properly. That pressure has taken its toll. It's left the doors wide open for Liam.
So Ken Block parks it. That's a 59.47.
Okay, so it was faster. It was a faster time, but I do believe he's picked up a 2-second time penalty. Let's take a replay.
Yeah, here is the replay. You see him go in, and right there he runs over it.
It was a
you know what's interesting about that is I wonder if they will give him a 2-second penalty if it because I know in some motorsports where they'll have something and okay, so they did give him a penalty. So it is 0-1-0. What is it again there? 0-1-0-1-47. So they did give him that penalty. So Ken Block is down. He is at a deficit, and that was the faster portion.
Yeah.
So just by a second, Doran has Block's number.
So interestingly, you know, coming into this, we were saying that it was Liam who was potentially going to make a mistake, and Ken, the more experienced driver, he would be the one to put down the consistent time. So yeah, we got it completely wrong.
So they are. I mean, it's purely just a kind of assessment and analyzing what's going on, but we still have the second portion of this battle here. So Doran will now be in lane 1 and Block will be in lane 2 with just about a second separating them.
I just want to reiterate how competitive Ken is here. Peter Solberg came into this competition with 2 sets of 4 tyres.
Yeah.
So he brought 8 tyres with him. So he's actually been going around, and on another subject, there's a local tyre guy who's been making an absolute killing this weekend. But Petter was down on tyres and he needed new tyres. Ken has got a whole lorry full. When Petter asked him, he said, sorry, no, no, this is Gymkhana, this is competitive. And I think Ken Block's pretty much the only guy on the planet who could do that. I think anyone else would, you know, give him their shoes if he asked. So that just puts it in perspective how competitive Ken is.
Yeah, I mean, and also tire allotment. You know, I wouldn't say it's like, no, I'm not giving you any of my tires. I think it's a real testimony to, you know, it could potentially be that, but speculation would say that it is probably just tire allotment. He needs as many as he can, so so we'll see. But you
it is hearsay.
Yeah, so. All right, so now this is the second portion of this battle. Ken Block, Liam Doran, a second separates these two gentlemen. Now they are switching sides with Block in lane 2 and Liam Doran in lane 1. Again, a second is what Liam Doran has an advantage over Ken Block.
So Ken Block in his first run, taking a 2-second penalty, which has now put him behind. He's got to make up for that time in this second round. And this time, it's Liam's turn to wait in that start gate, and he is off.
So it's going to come down to the clock now because, oh no, and Ken block.
So what's happened here?
Shut it down. Oh my, that is going, oh no. Ken block. Oh man, what a bummer for block. As Liam Doran looks like he will be advancing to the finals as long as he keeps it together here. And regardless, even if he gets a DNF, Doran will still have that advantage after that first run.
That is true. There you go, a huge turn of events there. What a curveball. Who could have predicted that?
No.
We were chatting it, we were trying to predict it, and we said, you know, Liam's the young gun coming into this. He's the least experienced of the two drivers here. If anything, it's going to be Liam who's making a mistake, but he put the pressure on that first round. Ken didn't get that flag raised in his first run and felt like you know, he needed to make some sort of complaint and make a stance.
Yeah, a bit of a wacky turn of events there for this Final Four battle, and here is where it all went wrong for Ken Block. You see him just shut it down. Just shut it down. So unfortunately, it looks like he lost power and said, you know what? Let's just light him up.
Yeah.
Let's smoke up these Toyo tires.
Yep. Well, Ken will be coming back in the hero battle.
The hero battle.
That's what that means. So he will get a second chance to potentially take on Liam or Petter Solberg.
So we should be seeing that. And there are the finals. It is set. Petter Solberg versus Liam Doran in the all-wheel drive Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD finals. The European Gauntlet. Jared Dienda, James Thorne, Colby West, your hosts for today and tonight's event.
Okay, so we should be seeing the battle for third place happen right now, but potentially, as Ken would be in that race, he may have gone off to change some tires. There is a 5-minute rule, which he can play that card. He can go off for 5 minutes, potentially get those tires changed, and then bring himself back out. So after the third place battle, we are then going to have our final races for rear-wheel drive and all-wheel drive, and then of course we're going to be having the hero battles directly after as well. So we've got some interesting finals, especially in rear-wheel drive. We've got Adam Elder, who was first place qualifier from 2015, ended up in third place. He's qualified in first for this year, and he's going up against last year's winner, who this year has qualified in second place. So there's going to be a real battle there, Adam Elder versus Luke Woodham. Adam Elder, more of the barrel sprint style of driver, and Luke Woodham definitely more of a drifter who has kind of softened up his suspension a little bit without giving too much away to try and turn his drift car into a competitive Gymkhana car. But let's not forget, Luke Woodham does have that magic recipe because he's taken this win 2 years running and it's his to defend. He's guaranteed a second place, but can he take Adam Elder, who is on absolutely blistering form? In the all-wheel drive, we've got Petter Solberg going against Liam Doran. Both of these guys competitive on the FIA World Rallycross Series. So they've competed against each other previously. Petter Solberg definitely the one to watch coming into this race, going against Liam Doran, who lesser experienced rider, especially in rally. Liam actually drove in the rear-wheel drive category last year, so here definitely more in home territory. So we're going to go back down to Colby, who has actually got Liam Doran, who has made his way through into the final for the all-wheel drive.
Well, you did it. You're in the finals. How's it feel?
Yeah, after not getting any practice today, accidentally, didn't really expect this to be happening now. You know, I was fast yesterday, but these guys in practice today were going super fast, way faster than I was yesterday. So I was pretty nervous coming into the battles, and it's kind of gone my way for once. Ken obviously made some mistakes, and it went my way. What I was going to say, he probably would have beaten me if he hadn't made the mistakes, but I've been in exactly his position before. So.
Yep. You feel confident going against Petter?
No, not at all. No. Petter's the best driver in the world as far as I'm concerned, and he's driving a perfect car for this. And the only way I'm going to get with him is to go and mess with his head a little bit now before he starts, and he might make a mistake. But apart from that, I don't think I'll be able to beat him. But I'll give it a go. I'm here to do what I can, so why not?
Cool. Well, good luck, man. Have fun.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Colby. A quick chat there with the British bomb, Leon Doran. There you go. Are you confident going against Petter Solberg? And he's self-admitted, no, I'm not confident going against him. In my eyes, he is the world's best driver. So there you have it. He is one of the two guys going into the grand finale. Petter Solberg, Liam Doran, both renowned for World Rallycross driving. So here is battle for 3rd and 4th place. Mr. Ken Block coming back into the limelight. And he's going against Rennis Nittas, who qualified in 4th place. So if we're going by the statistics, then this should be Ken Block's to lose. But, you know, I don't know what Ken could be thinking at the moment. You know, he's had a really tough battle there. There's quite a lot of drama going on there. The flag didn't get raised.
Right.
And then he did a solo run. Okay, is this a man on a mission? Or?
Yeah, I think so. That launch spoke louder than words, and it spoke louder than his car. So Ken Block seems that he wants to get that final podium spot. He will be still in that hero battle. He has been poised, but right now, look at that. He lights it up into that second sweeper. Now into the asterisks. Rennis Nittas not too far behind, and keep in mind, he got a little bit of a later start. So Nittas challenging Block for this final podium spot.
Check out Ken, he is absolutely a man on a mission right now. And I wondered if we were going to have a reroll, and again he's nudged the second. The first cyclone was clean, the second has had a nudge. He's got to make up 2 seconds right now. He's on the slower track. He's got to be 2 seconds ahead.
Ken Block hitting the spools in the cyclone, and look at that.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Yeah, 0.7 off of each other. Nittas is slower, but 2 seconds assessed. That'll be 1:02. So 1:02. Let's take a look at this again right here. This is where Ken comes in
into that second cyclone yet
what
again.
A bummer.
I just want to point out, like, you flew over about the same time. How much is jet lag playing right now? I
mean, yeah. Oh, for him. Yeah, most definitely. That's a great fact. And a lot of driving for Ken. But you know what? He wants to get out there and do it. But he's, man, getting. His mind's kind of getting the best of him right now. So as Ken Block, and he pushes
another mistake.
So that. We'll see. That should be another penalty, but we will see. Man.
Okay, Rennis Nittas, I dare say, set in stone then.
Yeah, it's not over just yet. As Nittas comes into the pallet wall.
Yeah, I think the only hope now really is for Rennis Nittas to make a huge mistake and potentially lose his way.
Ken's got quite a bit of distance on Rennis.
Nittas coming so close to us here in the commentary box.
That is a big gap. Can Ken make up that much time?
4 seconds though. 4 seconds.
Yeah. And parks it in 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow.
I mean, is that enough? Yeah, that's not enough.
No. By about a second.
Officially, 2 seconds. So we will see what transpires here. Let's wait to make this official for our final podium spot. The final podium spots here. And look, here's where he hits that bollard. Bloop, right there.
So it is official. Nitas has won that battle to take 3rd place and grab an absolutely awesome trophy. Ken Block will be coming back for the hero battle with something to prove. But like I was talking to Jared about, jet lag definitely playing a part in this, and it's been a lot of driving going on over the last 3 days as well. So then I can hear cars getting themselves revved up as we bring in our rear wheel drive finalists. Adam Elder and Luke Woodham. So Luke Woodham, 2 years running. He has won this year's current champion. He's going head-to-head against Adam Elder now. Adam Elder, he had the fastest qualification time last year. He made a mistake. He got a DNF in the semi-finals, which meant he had to settle for 3rd place. He's back this year, and he's hungry to win. He's done 2 back-to-back best times out here on the track during the qualification, and straight in and no messing. Straight away,
the
Adam Elder taking the win.
Adam Elder, and there is Luke Woodham. As Woodham and Elder, as you said, he's 2-time Gymkhana GRiD champion, as brings it around the triple stack barrel. There goes Woodham. Look at his execution here. He doesn't have huge angle. He doesn't nose in towards the obstacles. Seems like he goes just to the parallel of him. But Elder looks like he's got the jump. He wraps it around just as cleanly and nicely, if not even more. Woodham scrubbing some speed there as they go on that pallet wall.
Yeah, Woodham's got it all cut out. Woodham's in a drift car that he's brought to a Gymkhana event, whereas Adam Elder's actually more specifically this kind of driver. He does the barrel sprints. That's what his car's specifically set up for. So two very different styles of driving, going head to head, and that is what Gymkhana's about. It looks like Adam Elder, the guy who qualified in first, has got the jump on Luke.
And there we go. Adam Elder makes the gun for the finish, and there is Woodham just a bit behind. 101 and 102. So about, now it looks like less than about a second between the two drivers, Woodham and Elder. Let's alternate the sides. Who's going to get the victory? We already know. Danny Cross gets that number 3 spot. He is in 3rd, but this is for the money. This is for the biggest trophy that is the Sparkplug Mace, and should be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely, and those 2 times are equal and better than their best times from the qualification. So now it's come time to really, really play. Both of them have brought their A game.
Also, the winner of this battle will be going against Andreas Bakkerud in the Hoonigan Monster Energy Ford Escort Mark II. And here we go. These are the finals. Who's going to get on top of the box, Elder or Woodham? All right, there is Woodham. You can see the lights ablaze, as are the tires. Woodham throwing some flames.
Both these guys are relatively young in the world of this sport, both young drivers in age and amount of time they've been driving cars. Both of these guys, I would say, pretty evenly matched, and the times are absolutely living up to their names that is done in the times.
Yeah, you can see that visually. It looks like they are neck and neck. Yeah, but the clock does not lie.
No,
I'm seeing them drive clean. I'm not seeing any mistakes. They're excuse me, they're not hitting any obstacles. No. Nice job there.
So if
Woodham.
Anything, Woodham just ahead of Adam. This is it. This is the moment. It's all been down to the double donut around this final obstacle and into the finish gate.
And Luke Woodham gets out of it first as Elder comes into the finish box. 101.40 and 103.9. So Luke Woodham on that other side, that course 1, lane 1, proves to be quick again. James, are we seeing a three-peat here from Luke Woodham? And it is. It's a three-peat for Luke Woodham in the Monster Energy S14. He grabs the victory and $5,000. His, obviously, body language speaks volumes. Man, Elder, second place.
I can't believe it.
Unfortunately, man, unbelievable.
I can't believe it. He was so fast in qualifying. He was so motivated, so confident. He had the right attitude. Everything was coming together, and I'm genuinely surprised that Woodham's taken it there in the final, and not just by a short amount. He's really had a big lead on him throughout that whole match.
Yeah, unbelievable. There it is. Danny Elder still giving him thumbs up as Woodham is pumped. And just seeing him develop as a driver, having fun. You know, he wants to build a new car. He's, you know, this car has seen a lot of track time. It's tired, you know, but there it is. Line him up.
Look how happy he is.
Yeah, he's pumped.
Law of averages would have said that it potentially wouldn't have been his time, and he's proved that wrong. He deserves it. He was very, very focused. He looked so nervous coming into this, and I did wonder, with some of the game changers coming into Gymkhana GRiD for this year, I wondered whether he could hold on to it, because there's been so many developments, so many new drivers, new cars coming into this, and he's proved himself there worthy of those first 2 wins. He's made a hat-trick on the European circuit, and Luke Woodham is the 2016 Gymkhana GRiD European Gauntlet champion. Well, a really exciting final race there, but still a very big one yet to come. Of course, we've got the hero battles coming up after the final of the all-wheel drive category.
Yeah, and basically I am hearing that Ken Block will not be doing the hero battle, but we will be seeing the rear-wheel drive hero battle, and that is Andreas Bakkerud against Luke Woodham. That should be fun. I mean, Andreas Bakkerud, again, used to driving in the all-wheel drive. We're talking about rallycross vehicles and rally in itself, but you know, as he is in this Ford Escort Mark II, a beautiful-looking vehicle. Does he have what it takes? I mean, Luke Woodham, so much track time, familiar to the rear-wheel drive. You know, all signs are saying that Luke Woodham, he's gonna take down that of Luke Woodham. Yeah, Andreas Bakkerud. So the finals are here. All-wheel drive, Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD finals. Liam Doran versus Petter Solberg.
Yeah, an exciting battle. Like we've been talking about all the different styles of people that come to Gymkhana, from the drifters to you know, Terry Grant, who's the stunt driver. All these different styles of driver coming into the same competition, but we've whittled it down in all-wheel drive to 2 guys who are specific to rallycross. Now they run on tarmac, they run off-road as well. They're proving themselves to be the fastest, smaller, nimble cars, and both these guys run in Citroens.
Yeah, both on Citroens, both with rallycross. And yeah, here we have that of Liam Doran and Petter Solberg for the finals. And already locking in that of 3rd place is Renis Nitis. Doran, a blazing fast Liam Doran, keeping it tight and right, but Petter Solberg just seems like the guy to beat. I mean, coming into this event on, you know, coming and seeing the track, Petter, everybody's just like, holy cow, did you see? And then he just gained more and more time. I mean, if you're a betting man, do you go Petter or do you go Liam Doran? I mean, here we go.
We're about to find out. Look at the tactics there. Liam giving him a real head start, but the speed and acceleration on the launch from Liam there, absolutely flying out the start gate.
So there goes Liam Doran, a bit of a wide swing, but then tightens it up around the triple barrel. Into the bollard. Nice job and execution by Liam Doran. Now remember, that delayed launch there, visually it looks like he's behind, but the clock does not lie. Around that asterisk cone, and Liam Doran keeps it tight. The green light illuminates that pallet wall. Now, around the ship he goes. Petter Solberg, obviously, ahead of Liam Doran into the first portion of the Cyclone.
Yeah, so these 2 guys both known for having sub 1 minutes, but here at the final, can they both put it together? Liam staying so tight around that 2nd spiral in the Cyclone there. And look, Petter actually catching up, having had that jump.
And there goes Petter Solberg. Yeah, I mean, great execution there by Liam Doran. 58.6, our first 58. And Petter Solberg, as I said, faster and faster. The conditions, it's getting colder, but he still keeps the track hot. 58.62 for Petter Solberg. Like I said, NBD, FIA World Champion on the back. Just to let you know, check out that tramp stamp on the back of this Citroen. So Liam Doran will now switch over to the faster lane as Petter, right now, this is for the big Spark Plug Mace Trophy, $5,000, and of course, bragging rights among this Monster Energy. I don't want to call them teammates because they're on Citroens, they're both on Monster, but they're flying their British flag, they're flying their Norwegian flag, and they, again, want some bragging rights. You know, Liam Doran, a champion himself, he came off a victory at a local rallycross event, and now he's going against three-time champion Petter Solberg.
Yeah,
Here
if you're going by experience, it's all on Petter Solberg. You cannot... You just can't lie when you've got 460 stage wins to your name.
Real quick, look at Liam Doran staging back quite a bit. Yeah. That's a lot of distance between him and that green flag. We're ready to send it here.
And when
for
it comes
the
down
final time, the Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD Marathon Greece. It's been a marathon, not a sprint, but these guys will be sprinting towards the finish box. Petter Solberg breaks out, and now Liam Doran finally leaves the start line.
Yeah, Liam giving a big head start there, and it's the psychology of being the guy chasing that he's hoping is going to make him faster. There's tenths of seconds in this. Every little thing they can do to try and get their time faster, they've got to do it right now. Petter Solberg, one of the fastest guys in the world. I think he's got more titles to his name, more race wins than anyone else out here on the track. Can he live up to that? He was, you know, coming into this, people didn't know how he was going to compete, but he is one of the fastest men in the world. He's fast on tarmac, he's fast on dirt.
A long list of accolades, but this is his first ever Gymkhana GRiD. It's Petter Solberg gonna lock it in right now as the fireworks are ablaze. Petter Solberg in the slower lane. Remember, they had that delay start as they go into that spool. Liam Doran taking out Ken Block. Can he take out Petter Solberg? And here comes Petter into the finish box. But here comes Liam, 59.1, 59.8. So, 0.7 seconds difference. Let's go to the officials.
Yeah, even they're confused.
Look at Petter.
Petter's out of his car. He doesn't know who's won.
And it looks like Petter Solberg gets the victory. Petter Solberg on top of his roof, almost falling off. But the dance continues for Petter Solberg. Again, all eyes were on him. The competitors saw it coming. And for the first time ever, Petter Solberg enters Gymkhana GRiD, and he gains another title and a sweet trophy.
And look how much it means to him. You know, this is a guy who's won numerous rallies throughout his career, rallycross as well. He's come to Gymkhana GRiD. He said he was nervous. He said he wanted to win, and look how stoked he is.
There's your winners right there. Rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive. Woodham and Solberg are your champions here at Gymkhana GRiD, Marathon Greece. Petter just looking absolutely elated. Looking more like a Norwegian leprechaun. Throwing out some gloves to the fans. He's pumped.
Yeah, as I say, it's so cool how excited he is about it. You know, this is a man who's won so many races in his life. He's had such an amazing career. He comes here with Conor McRae's car, one that he's got in his own garage, his own museum of vehicles. You know, he's got nothing to prove, and look how delighted he is. A little embrace with Liam Doran there, no hard feelings. Yeah, I think Liam's probably stoked that he's even got to race against him.
I mean, you know, Liam has seen some great competitors. He's been on it. He's been flawless. You know, he didn't, if I can recall, I don't think he hit any obstacles, but the guy who was the most flawless, Petter Solberg. There it is. He can add another accolade to his long list of victories.
Yeah, I don't think that's the last we'll see of him. This is definitely a guy who's going to be coming back for 2017. Liam Doran lighting it up. Check this out. Oh! Yes, Liam. Wow. Check out Petter Solberg showing that Liam's not the only one who can donut, but hanging out of the door one-handed. You know, what a great bit of entertainment this whole event has been.
Liam just comes right here and does a front row and center donut here. these guys partying here. Look at Petter Solberg out. Whoa, watch that door. That could have been ugly. All right, so Petter Solberg lights him up. Look, he's his own cheerleader, man. Look at that. What's that?
And it has just started to drizzle out there. Perfect timing. The Greek god smiling upon Gymkhana GRiD.
All right, so Liam Doran, and as you said, we are getting a bit of drizzle here, James, but Petter says it all with that signature smile. And up here in the booth with me, James stepping out here. I got Ken Block. Ken, man, unfortunate turn of events there. You fought hard, but man, those dang little wooden barrels, they do not like the front of your car.
Yeah, it was funny. I was quick all weekend and I had no issues, but all of a sudden coming into the finals, I made a couple tiny little mistakes and it blew again. And I hadn't touched any of that stuff all day.
I know. I was like,
we've been here since Thursday. So apparently the pressure screwed with me. I didn't really feel the pressure, but man, I was just trying to keep everything really tight. And unfortunately, that whole, you remember the whole beginning of that?
Yeah.
It
got wacky.
Yeah, it really threw me off, and then they sent him, and then I didn't go. But whatever, I have no excuses. I blew it there in the end, and like I said, I hadn't touched anything all weekend, and then it came to the finals, and I blew it, so my bad.
Yeah, that wacky flag, and you didn't see that as a signal to go, right?
Well, no, the girl never raised the flag.
It looked like, yeah, she put it down and then kind of up, and then the other girl on Liam's side almost got hit because she did do it, and then.
But everybody came out, drove exceptionally well. It was great having Petter and Liam here. They're so quick. Plus, a lot of the other guys were so quick. From Nidis to Jake Archer, all those guys. Yeah. It was fun watching all of them. Everyone, like you could see it from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, everyone got quicker and quicker. And so it was cool seeing the car setups and everything change and the driving line change. So I think it was a lot of fun. I'm really disappointed that I didn't get to be there in the finals, you know, but it is what it is. And just stoked for me that Gymkhana GRiD is what it is nowadays. And these guys come out and have a good time with us. And
it seems like it's getting really competitive, but thank you so much, Ken. But now you get to watch your car and your teammate Andreas Bakkerud go against Luke Woodham as the rain has come down. We're seeing Bakkerud out there, so thank you, Ken, for obviously contributing your part to your driving your car, and obviously Gymkhana just escalating to what it is now.
Looks like Luke's putting on a little smoke show for us. He's been so neat and tidy all weekend. There hasn't been seems like an ounce of smoke off his car. And now he's actually letting it hang out. But it's been actually really awesome to see how quick the rear-wheel drive guys and how close those times have gotten too.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Is you look at Adam Elder, Woodham, and then you even look at somebody like Marko, the Croatian crusher. He's in that BMW with the M stripes. Yeah. A very low. Oh gosh. Oh no. That's the first time that car's taking a hit, man.
Oh no.
But Marko is in that BMW. I think this motorsport has a lot of traction. Oh, jeez, traction, no pun intended. Because
don't hurt my car, Andreas.
the footprint of the track. The cars don't need a ton of horsepower. Yeah. It just equates to a really good and skillful driver.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you saw last year that the Unicorn with all its horsepower, if you can't get traction, it just means nothing. So some of the lower horsepower cars do incredibly well. You just need some grip and some lower RPMs to push you forward and out of the turns, and they can do really, really well. So, but hey, man, it's amazing.
Look at this. You got Woodham on one side, and then Andreas is here. I mean, these guys are creating a smoke show here.
Yeah, now no one can see anything.
And there are the fireworks. Congratulations to Luke Woodham, and of course Andreas Bakkerud, Petter Solberg, all the drivers. We will have the podium ceremony, and again, thank you, Ken. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. We have our podium ceremony. $5,000 goes to the winners of the respective class. Second place gets high five 5 and a handshake, but a sweet trophy, and they are weapons of mass destruction right there as Andreas Bakkerud and Luke Woodham. Snackarud getting psyched out there, double thumbs up. And man, Andreas, great guy, right, this year?
Oh yeah, he's done incredible. It's been an amazing addition to our team. He was hoping to do a little better this weekend, but couldn't seem to get it together. He did amazing with this car, first time ever driving this car in competition like this. He's, you know, he's an all-wheel drive guy. He's like me, he's full all-wheel drive. So for him to come out and do as well as he did with a car that, you know, really this is his first competition. He did a little testing with me at the beginning of the year with it, was just playing, but to come out and really battle all these guys in their cars that they know so well. And I think he did a great job. Too bad he wasn't able to advance, but he actually put in some very good times this weekend.
Yep, for sure. All right, well, thank you, Ken, and thank you to everybody. Don't go anywhere as all the drivers, the party continues here at Marathon Greece. Jared Dienda, Ken Block, James Thorne, and Colby West. Colby will be doing some interviews with the winners down on the podium against some unique, very unique trophies. They'll also be receiving some HPI RC cars, full size, huge RC cars, Sonak's car care kit, as well as 5,000 euros for the winter. And as well as Ken, I believe you got to get down to the podium as well, as you will be special surprise for you down at the podium as well from the mayor of Marathon.
Awesome. Well, thanks everybody for watching. We had a great time. Really, Monster Energy puts this thing on for us. They do an incredible job. I mean, you know, 4 days that we've been out here, they've just organized this really well. Lots of pyro, lots of good times, and now it's time to award some trophies and go maybe inhale some adult drinks.
Adult beverages, house until the cows come home. Well, thank you, Ken, and yeah, thank you to Monster. Thank you, fans, for tuning in. Ken, head on over to the podium. And you can see their celebration here in Marathon Greece. A historic location and making history of our own. James, a fun time out here, man, and you know, coming in here, I think especially in rear-wheel drive, it was anybody's game. I think all signs were saying Petter, but I honestly did not think Liam would execute as well as he did. I mean, no offense to Liam, but I'm quite impressed with his driving.
Yeah, well, we were questioning, you know, Liam's maturity, and he's showed us, you know, he was that young kid that went to the X Games and took a gold medal at the age of 26. Yeah. And you know, he was picked up very early, and he's almost been put on this platform, and everything's happened for him quite quickly, and he's really showing his maturity and how much he deserves the platform that he's been given. And this is a perfect showcase of it. He kept his cool. He drove like a driver who had many more years experience than he's got.
You got fireworks shrapnel coming from the sky, rain. It literally ended and it started sprinkling. We had clear skies all day, but now it's time to join us at the podium. You can see fans headed out. They endured a lot of fun activities, man, from, you know, kicking things off with some buggies. We saw Terry Grant get into the crowd, and, you know, unfortunately, you didn't get to, if you tuned in, you didn't see the car on two wheels, but, and then from the racing action, it was just all killer, no filler from 16 to the finals as the rain continues to come down here.
Yeah, even from day one, even from the practice day on the Friday, having the open paddock is absolutely brilliant. All the fans can actually just walk around, they can check out the cars. It was open till late last night. A few guys were having some beers. There was a smoke show, drift demo as well, and just the whole vibe. To be someone to come here and experience it is just phenomenal, and I think it's really going to spark a passion for motorsport from a lot of people here in Greece. I'd say the parade as well, the parade, something else. I think just as a whole, like, it is just brilliant. And then, you know, like fireworks lighting up really is like cherry on the cake.
I love the smell of I legitimately love the smell of like fireworks like this.
Really?
Oh, I love it.
More than you like the smell of burning rubber?
To be honest, no. it's just a different smell.
You're saying you can get tires that have actually got a smell like in them, so when you smoke up, it's got
like
a flavor.
Potpourri. Yeah, a bit of potpourri goes in the air. You know, they have colored tires, but the potpourri fragrance ones are a bit unique. So, as you can see, it is sprinkling. You can barely see it there, but a sign of that is the fans clearing out from the stands and finding some refuge.
So yeah, it's been a good year. I think especially in the all-wheel drive category, there's been a lot of people taking it really seriously, and I think even some of the people who've come here as an invitee, Terry Grant, for instance, and Raku, they're both already thinking about 2017.
Oh yeah.
I've heard rumors of where it could be. I don't know if we're allowed to.
Nope.
Confirm.
Don't say anything.
Okay.
Don't say anything. I've heard rumors, and yes, don't say anything.
But there are people who've been out here this year who already are thinking about next year, what they're going to do, what they're going to change. They're going to do a little bit of testing, and I think it's going to grow and grow and grow. And already we're seeing the level raised, and I really thought that, you know, the level as a whole has grown, and with the sport, and it's become something quite serious. The fact that this is quite grassroots, it's quite easy to get into. You find a piece of wasteland, you put out some cones, you can go and battle with your friends.
Yeah.
It's going to mean there's a real injection of fresh drivers. But what's really interesting is you've got those people who have grown up from that side of this kind of racing, and they're going against the guys who are top of their game in rally, in drifting, and it's still the guys who are top of the game, Luke Woodham and Petter Solberg, who are winning. And I think that's quite interesting, and it shows that there is genuine talent that has been nurtured at the top of motorsport in their areas.
Yeah, I mean, everything you said, I completely agree with, and to add to that is the many different disciplines you bring to this. As we've said, you know, you're trying to think analogous-wise, you know, what kind, you know, the unicorn is that cannon to the knife fight, but I think the you know, metaphorically speaking here, the shooting range here, you need to bring some serious weaponry to this battle now. But when I say that, I mean the discipline, the driving, you know, the prowess, you know, the mental capacity to really just stay fixated. Like Ken said, he didn't hit that thing all dang weekend, and then here he hits it twice in one battle, and that just goes to show you it ain't over. You know, we saw Petter Solberg almost lose. Remember that when Petter broke down? Yeah. But he regained his car and then ended up winning and moving on, and obviously winning the highest spot of them all. It's pretty fun, man. I mean, this is an interesting motorsport, and Ken Block maybe got hypnotized by his own face, and that's what happened.
Were his eyes rotating earlier on?
Say again?
I think his eyes were rotating.
Yeah, they definitely do. And like I said, you can see that rainfall there, but the fans making their way to the Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD podium for our podium ceremony. We have some special surprises there for Ken, and again, you got to check out these trophies. Very cool trophies. They're also, again, the winners, 5,000 euros richer, as well as an HPI RC car for the podium finishers, and a Sonax Ultimate Car Care Detail Kit. So, James, it's been fun working with you, man.
Yeah, pleasure, man. I've laughed and I've cried from laughing so hard.
That's good. Yeah, mutually, man. I enjoy working with you, and obviously Colby did a great job getting some insight from the drivers, a very diverse group of drivers, and obviously he speaks from an action sports background, as do you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I even got a little bit flustered there in the final. I started losing my words. I was like just getting so excited. Ken Block stood right behind me, ready to take them out. I'm like, you know, it is truly exciting. It's a great experience, and I feel very privileged to be given the opportunity to, you know, fly around the world and do things like this. It's cool.
I'm absolutely humbled as well, man. I mean, I'm off to Vegas after this. We got SEMA. It's the SEMA show that's coming up, so I'll be out there, and you got a bunch of stuff going on. You're headed to Dubai in a couple weeks, and it's pretty exciting, man. Motorsports and just the lives we live on a personal level. But yeah, Gymkhana GRiD, thank you to Monster Energy and to all the local Greek folk have been nothing but courteous. I got a tattoo, so Greece will forever be with me, even if my wife hates it or loves it. This is for Sparta.
It's cool. The Spartan helmet and the swords behind it. Yeah, that's cool.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
I don't think it'd suit me. I don't think ink.
You don't have any tattoos? No. What about the one on your butt?
Oh, you noticed that, did you? No, I'm a fresh canvas.
Fresh canvas, yeah. I'm a ruined canvas, depending on how you look. So, again, thank you for your patience. We are sticking around for the podium ceremony. You know what's funny is I know I'm going to hear some. We talk about commentary. That's why I don't like making predictions in any of the motorsports that I announce or anything I particularly announce. I don't like making predictions of just kind of going out there. But I was like, the Liam Ken battle. I was like, I think Liam's going to kind of make some mistakes. And I'll hear about that at some point, sometime. Might not be tonight, might not be tomorrow, but at some point Liam will be like, what do you mean? What do you mean I make mistakes? I'll hear about it for sure.
You reckon these guys are going to go home and watch it?
Yeah.
I think it might have been Liam that posted on YouTube the final highlights from last year.
Told you.
Yeah, I think that might have actually been on here. Yeah, okay. I've got to try and think back. What did I say? No.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, but yeah. And I know you watched last year's production and race, and you could see the rig riot, and there is the track, and all of this will start getting broken down.
Yeah, because this whole thing was just
all modular.
Yeah, just a piece of flat
parking
asphalt.
lot. It's a parking lot.
Yeah, there's nothing else here. So every single thing you can see here has been brought in with the whole monster crew. From the seating, the lighting, the outside broadcast units from IMG and
the announcers.
The
announcers got flown in. Outside, no, we did have Greek announcers, and that was awesome. And they were very, very thorough. And I don't know what they're speaking or what they were saying, but I couldn't understand. But
I think that's our press office. They actually they brought in a satellite link so that everyone could have internet for that. And I think there was only like 100 spots, and they were like gold dust.
Yeah, they were. I got one.
You had to be someone's. Are you serious?
I did.
I heard a guy from Time magazine got turned away.
Really?
No. I
Man, you had me at singing the name. Balalapampos. Yeah, that was probably the most difficult pronunciations of names I've ever had to have out there.
Did a cliff diving contest, a lot of Eastern Europeans, and that was verging on impossible.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, there's like names with like a 3 and then a hashtag all in there. Like that was challenging.
Yeah, and
I think we got through it.
This is a disclaimer. James and I apologize for any of your names mispronounced. This is a message from James Thorney and Jared Dienda. It's just pronounced Thorn, but you have an E at the end, so you like putting the Thorny in, yeah?
Silent Thorn. Yeah, Scandinavian apparently, from Thor.
Ah.
Yeah.
You're Scando?
Nah.
No, you're Brit.
I'm British. Yeah, I think there's some Russian in there somewhere. I don't know. Mum and Dad.
Yeah.
Essex and Bow Bells.
Okay, all right.
Proper London Cockneys.
Proper chimney. Is that it?
That's basically how people greet each other in London.
Hello, love. Sir Charles on the horn, letting us know what's going on. I don't know. All right, so we are, and there is the mayor.
Oh, there he is.
Ilias Sinakis. There is the mayor of Marathon.
Very cool guy.
Very cool. I mean, he looks legend. Looks very popular mayor, and yeah, he's just quite a specimen. I mean, he looks fantastic. He looks like a rock star.
Yeah, absolutely. He's well loved by the people, and pretty he's got nerves of steel for Ken Block to be doing donuts around him.
He was being a bullfighter, there. All right.
He's having a bit of a chat with James, one of the organisers there.
All right, so we again are waiting patiently for our podium ceremony. I believe we will have rear-wheel drive first. You can see the drivers down there. And I can see, is that Colby, I believe? Oh, no, those are the Greek announcers. James Gilbert from Monster Europe. They're speaking with the mayor, as well as we should be having another representative of the region of Attica, Spiros Pansas. And there it is, Ken greeting the mayor. Yeah, double thumbs up for Ilias Sinakis. Thank you so much for him and all the Greek local folk. And there's Ken, bringing it on in. Ken and him have spent some time here this weekend, doing some donuts, grabbing some meals. And the mayor saying some words about Ken Block. So as Ken Block and the mayor. And it looks like the mayor is actually giving Ken Block the prize of making a part of the Legion of Marathon.
Is he now the mayor?
Oh no! Oh no! The mayor dropped the Legion of Marathon. So, don't know exactly. Don't know exactly what this bestows the power upon him, but basically, he is now part of the Legion of Marathon. Ken Block.
Cool.
Very cool. I
want to be part of the Legion.
Are you? Yeah. I don't know anybody else that could say that.
No.
Ken Block now, part of the Legion of Marathon.
Is it like national conscription? What is that? If they go to war, he has to fight.
Oh no.
It's part of the Legion.
I think it's going to give it back if that's the case.
Third place, Danny Cross.
All right. And there it is. Now your rear-wheel drive podium. That is Danny Cross. Danny Cross grabbing third place.
Adam Elder.
And second place going to Adam Elder. Look at these trophies, man. So there's the knife. Now Adam Elder grabbing second place.
Yeah, he should have taken the win. He'll be disappointed with himself.
I know. At the bar, he's just gonna beat himself up, man.
Yeah, he did last year. He said it took him a few months to get over his mistake in the semis from last year.
All right, so
he's loving life, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just they're having a laugh.
There
he is dancing. Adam Elder.
That thing is awesome.
Yeah.
It's a hammer made out of a con rod and 2 pistons.
Yep. And last but definitely not least, your victor, 3-time Gymkhana GRiD champion, Luke Woodham, letting his competitors know what's up, even with an elbow on the podium, the spark plug mace. Congratulations from the mayor. There's your 1, 2, and 3. What do you got?
Danny Cross winding it up with the bottle of champagne.
Oh, man.
Oh, look at that celebration. There's going to be some cool photos from
Not even giving him a chance. Yeah, so Luke Woodham first, Adam Elder second, and finally Danny Cross in third.
Oh.
All right.
Suffering from the phenomenon known as alcohol in the eyes.
Right, the phenomenon. It's like spontaneous combustion. Oh, there's the Monster Girls, and now Luke. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, a rainbow.
Yeah,
double rainbow.
What does it mean? And there is a $5,000 or 5,000 euro check for Luke Woodham. 3-time.
Yeah, 3 times a lady.
Once, twice, 3 times a Woodham. All right, Colby West down there.
been far from easy. These guys have pushed me. Adam in
So Colby getting some words
really made me work. So
with Luke Woodham.
it's like I was working so hard in the past to get some more speed just to beat this guy.
Yeah,
so
absolutely
everyone,
stoked.
a round of applause for these two because they have made me work so hard.
Fantastic.
And there's your 1, 2, and 3. Next up, we'll have our all-wheel drive victors.
Oh, look at that beauty shot.
Yeah, it's a nice one. Like they said, I always finish. That was literally and figuratively the finish. The finish line and the finish of the podium of
in a Finnish accent.
In the Finnish accent.
I think you should lead out the broadcast in that Finnish
No,
accent.
no.
Just the triple entendre.
The triple entendre. And the hallucination, not hallucination. What am I thinking? What's the spiral? It's gonna bring you in. I can't think of the word. I said it earlier.
Hypnotizing?
Hypnotizing block. Hypnotizing Ken Block there. I always feel like Ken Block is watching me.
Imagine you had that in your living room, or your bedroom. You wouldn't sleep.
No. It's huge. Did you see the photo of it?
Yeah.
Ken and I. It's massive.
Yeah. Double overhead?
Double, 2 heads. Oh, double overhead, sorry. Yes, twice your height. Like what? Is that like surfing? Is the waves double overhead? All right, now here is our all-wheel drive podium, and there is Renes Nitis from Latvia in the Evo, grabbing 3rd place. He's stoked. He had a good time. Congratulations to him. And presenting the trophies, representative of the region of Attica, Spiros Pantsas. And it's Nitis, you know, he was kind of a, I don't want to say a dark horse, but he was somebody that, you know, just kind of crept up slowly. And there it is, the British bomb, Liam Doran, grabbing 2nd place. And he really had a great time navigating this track. Would you agree?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
There he is.
Fierce competitor.
Just look at Rennes trying to hold the knife. And here it is, your winner, Petter Solberg, for his first ever Gymkhana GRiD entrance and his first ever podium, jumping for joy. This is the 2nd time he's almost fallen off something. The car, the podium, and some hugs for Petter Solberg. And he gets the spark plug mace, the biggest weapon of them all, because he was the biggest weapon on track. Congratulations to Petter Solberg. 5,000 euros richer, driver of that Monster Energy. So Monster Energy 1st and 2nd, and 1st over in the rear-wheel drive class. So there it is, 1, 2, and 3. Solberg, Doran, and Nettis. And there is the mayor. Looks like, will he be part of the Legion of Marathon as well?
Oh, hello. Is it?
Oh, no. He's getting pinned. He's getting pinned. He is part of the Legion of Marathon for Petter Solberg.
Wow.
And Liam Doran getting it going over there.
So now there's 2 in the Legion?
There's a Norwegian. There is a American in the Legion of Marathon.
Go on, Liam. Yeah.
That is so Liam.
He took it so by surprise. Hey, let's do a selfie. Nah.
That's the British bomb we know. Just shoots straight at the phone. What a Liam Doran.
Take that. Yeah, put that one in your museum. It
Yeah,
will
right.
stink.
Yeah. Rennes Nitis. So thank you, guys and gals. We'll get the Monster Energy girls up there.
How do you feel?
Colby West.
Honestly, I feel great, and I'm very happy to be back in Greece and win.
He got his first ever WRC championship or first ever WRC win here in Greece.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't mention that through the whole broadcast, but just to let you know, I just remembered that.
You got it in there.
I got it.
You kicked yourself if you were on the plane on the way home.
I know. Oh my goodness.
Fact. Damn.
Thank you, everybody.
Got the 3 stars on his lapels, symbolizing, and on his belt, he lets you know, 3-time world champion, man. And that's something definitely can't bat an eye at that.
Yep.
As the Monster Energy girls, they like to stay away from the champagne celebration. On behalf of Sir Richard and the whole team. Looks like we are winding things up here. All right, so a selfie here with Renes Nitis.
That is an epic selfie right there.
All right, so with that being said, James, anything to add?
Thanks for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. What a fantastic event. I think the people on the top spot deserved it.
Yep.
And yeah, great day, great weekend.
Great day, great weekend, great racing. A testament to the 5th installment of Gymkhana GRiD. Where we go next? That's to be decided. But thank you for tuning in for this event on behalf of James Thorne, Colby West, the people of Marathon Greece, and thank you on behalf of Monster Energy for joining us. I'm Jared Dienda. We'll see you on another time or see you online. Don't forget to send it. Thank you so much for joining us here for the 5th ever Monster Energy Gymkhana GRiD. Send it.